Story 1. Not Actually Alone. I grew up in northern Vermont in a small town called Harwick. It's surrounded by state game lands and dense forest. I don't live there anymore, but hunting season was a massive deal growing up. Schools would even close on the first day of rifle season because half the town would be out in the woods. My father got me into hunting when I was about 12, and by the time I was 23, I was going out alone regularly. This happened during the late archery season in November of 2021. I remember because there was already a light dusting of snow on the ground, which made it easier to track movement. I had permission to hunt a large piece of private land owned by an older gentleman named Mr. Calloway, a retired farmer my dad had known for years. The property was around 70 acres of thick woods, with a small clearing and an old logging trail running through it. There was also an abandoned hunting cabin way back in the woods that nobody used anymore because the roof had begun caving in. I had been there maybe 4 or 5 times before and never saw anyone else. That morning, I arrived around 5:15 a.m. while it was still completely dark. I parked my truck where I always did, near a rusted iron gate, and walked in with my headlamp on. The woods were dead quiet. I remember having this strange feeling like I was being watched before I even reached the stand, but I blamed it on being alone in the dark like always. I climbed into my tree stand about 20 feet up and waited for daylight. About an hour after sunrise, I noticed something that immediately unsettled me. About 60 yards out, I spotted another tree stand that had not been there before. I knew the property well, and I was certain it had not been there the previous weekend. It was one of those cheap ladder stands, and it looked old and weathered, like it had been sitting somewhere for years, but I would have noticed it before. What bothered me more was that there were no footprints leading to it in the snow, except for one single trail of prints that came from deep in the woods and went straight to the base of the stand. I watched it for a while, telling myself maybe someone else had permission to hunt there, and it just never came up in conversation. Around 8 a.m., I saw movement near that stand. At first, I thought it was a deer. I was dead wrong. It was a person standing behind a tree. He wasn't in camo. He was wearing a dirty gray hoodie and dark pants. He was completely still, and he was looking in my direction. I wasn't sure if he saw me at first, but then he slowly raised his arm and waved. Not a friendly wave, more of a deliberate, calculated wave, the kind that says, "I see you." I gave a small wave back, telling myself he was probably just an unprepared hunter who wandered onto the property. After about a minute, he stepped behind the tree. I expected him to walk away, but he never came out the other side. I waited and waited. He simply never reappeared. I assumed he must have walked deeper into the woods, but I never heard a single footstep. Around 10 a.m., I climbed down to stretch my legs and maybe still hunt a little. I walked toward where I had seen him. When I reached the tree he had been standing behind, the snow around it was completely undisturbed, except for my own tracks walking in. No footprints leading away, just the same single line of prints I had noticed earlier, leading toward that ladder stand. I followed those prints, and they stopped right at the base of the stand. I looked up, expecting maybe he had climbed it, but it was empty. The seat had a thin layer of undisturbed snow sitting on top of it. That made no sense. I felt my chest tighten. Something was very wrong. I decided to head back toward my own stand. On the way back, I noticed something tied to a branch at about eye level. It was a strip of orange hunting vest material knotted around the branch. I figured maybe someone had marked a trail.
But then I saw another one about 15 feet away, and then another. They were tied at different heights, like someone had been deliberately marking something. That was the first time I seriously considered just leaving. Around noon, I walked back to my truck to eat and warm up. Nothing happened during that time, but I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes watching me from the tree line. I almost left, but I convinced myself I was overthinking it and went back in around 2 p.m. to sit until dark. That's where things got bad. About an hour before sunset, I heard what sounded like slow footsteps behind me in the leaves, too heavy and too evenly spaced to be an animal. I turned to face the sound. About 30 yards behind my stand stood the same man from earlier. This time he was closer. I could see his face clearly. His beard was patchy and dirty. His skin looked pale, almost waxy, like he hadn't been in daylight in weeks. What bothered me most was his expression. He was smiling, but not in any normal way. He was barely showing his teeth, like he was savoring something. He was holding something in his right hand. At first I thought it was a stick. Then I saw the yellow and black handle. A screwdriver. He didn't say a word. He just stood there with that half-smile, staring directly at me. I asked if he had permission to be on the property. No answer. After maybe 10 of the longest seconds of my life, he slowly turned and walked away into the trees. That should have been the moment I left. Instead, I made the stupid decision to wait until shooting light ended. Right after sunset, I climbed down and started walking fast. I remember regretting every second that I hadn't left while there was still some daylight in the sky. About halfway to my truck, I started noticing the orange cloth strips again, but this time they weren't just on branches. Some were tied to small sticks pushed into the ground, and hanging from one of those sticks was a dead squirrel, suspended by a wire through its back legs. I'm a hunter. I have no problem with harvesting animals, but this was not that. This was something else entirely. Beneath the squirrel, someone had drawn a rough circle in the snow with the toe of a boot. That was the second time I considered running. As I kept moving, I found more of them, not just squirrels, a rabbit, a crow, all hung the same way, all arranged like trail markers, or warnings. I started walking faster. About 100 yards from my truck, I stopped dead. Leaning against a tree was my backpack, the one I had left back in my tree stand earlier that day. I never brought it down with me. It was unzipped, and my things were laid out in the snow in a neat row. My hunting knife, my flashlight, my extra arrows, all arranged with a strange, careful precision, like someone had taken inventory. Someone had climbed my stand without me knowing, while I was in it or close enough to it. I grabbed everything and jogged the rest of the way. When I reached the clearing where my truck was parked, my driver's side door was standing open. I always lock it, always. Nothing appeared stolen, but my registration papers were sitting on the passenger seat instead of inside the glove box where I keep them. I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. In the rearview mirror, I looked toward the tree line. He was there, standing just inside the woods, maybe 40 yards back. Even in the fading light, I could tell he was still smiling. He raised his hand, not a wave this time. He pointed at me. Then, slowly, deliberately, he dragged his finger across his own throat. I left so fast I threw gravel the entire way back to the main road. I called Mr. Calloway that evening and told him everything. He confirmed that no one else had permission to be on his property. He contacted the game warden's office, and about 2 weeks later, he called my father to pass along what they found. Officers had located a makeshift shelter deep on the property, built from old tarps and scrap wood. Inside, they found animal bones and stolen hunting gear taken from neighboring properties. I never hunted that land again. I don't hunt alone either, not on any ground I'm completely certain is safe. Anything can happen when you think you're alone out there, and it turns out you're not.
Story 2. The Lease in the Pines. This happened in November of last year, when I went on a hunting trip with my grandfather down to a small town called Ridgeton, deep in East Texas. I don't get to spend much time with my grandfather. He runs his own business and stays busy, so when he reached out and asked if I wanted to join him for a long weekend on his family's hunting lease, I didn't hesitate. I'll be up front. I'm not much of a hunter myself, but I love being outdoors, and I'd never been to this particular piece of land before, so the idea of exploring somewhere new was enough to sell me on it. We drove down together and turned off the highway onto what barely qualified as a road, just a dirt track disappearing into the pines with a rusted iron gate at the entrance. My grandfather got out, swung the gate open, and we crept down a long, winding path through the trees until we broke into a clearing with an old house sitting in the middle of it. On the drive in, he told me his father built the house decades ago. The family had used it as a place to hunt and decompress, a break from the noise of the real world. I understood that immediately. Inside those woods, I could barely hear the highway we had just come from. It felt genuinely removed from everything. Or so I thought. We unpacked the truck and cooked dinner. Everything felt normal and quiet. The house had old iron beds, a wood-burning stove, and ancient television with a VCR still hooked up to it. After we ate, we turned in around 8:30 so we could be up before dawn. As I was drifting off, I heard a scratching noise coming from the window nearby, the one with a screen on it. I didn't think much of it. I was tired and told myself it was a branch, and I fell asleep. My grandfather woke me early the next morning, and we dressed in the dark before heading out to one of the hunting blinds on the property. We settled in and watched the clearing for a couple of hours without much to show for it. Eventually, we both dozed off. I woke after only a few minutes and reached for my binoculars out of habit. The tree line was a long way off, maybe 1.5 miles across the open field. I swept the glasses slowly along the edge of the woods, and I stopped. There was a figure standing at the tree line, half hidden, peering around the edge of the brush. The way it was positioned, staying low and still, it didn't look like something that had wandered out by accident. It looked like something that knew we were there and was watching. I woke my grandfather and handed him the binoculars. He had barely raised them when a herd of deer stepped out into the clearing. He chuckled and told me I had nothing to worry about. I bit my tongue. I knew what I had seen. It wasn't a deer. He shot one of the does about 30 minutes later, and we hauled it back to the house. By early afternoon, we had it cleaned and hanging, then decided to head into town for a few supplies we were missing. We weren't gone long. When we returned, we found claw marks and bite wounds all over the carcass. We stood there looking at it without saying anything for a moment. Then my grandfather looked at me and said we were going on a night hunt. When I asked what for, he said he figured coyotes. I didn't say anything, but something felt off. The damage didn't look right for coyotes. There was something almost purposeful about it. After we ate,
We grabbed flashlights, shouldered our rifles, and went out into the dark to scout around the property. We walked and talked for the better part of an hour before anything happened. We had pushed close to the tree line when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. I turned and saw something peeking out from between the trees. The moment it registered that I had spotted it, it pulled back and disappeared. I didn't want to shout. I gave my grandfather a low whistle and motioned toward the spot. He told me to hold my position and watch his back, then walked forward with his rifle raised and stepped into the trees. I stood there waiting in the dark. A minute passed, then 5, then 10. I heard a gunshot. I ran into the woods and found my grandfather standing over a dead coyote near the remains of the damaged deer. He said the animal had squared up at him like it was prepared to charge, and he had no choice. We stood there in the moment of quiet. Then we heard something move deeper in the woods, followed by a scream that I will never be able to fully describe. It wasn't human, but it didn't sound like any animal I had ever heard either. Not a fox, not a bobcat, nothing familiar. It was something else. We didn't wait to figure out what it was. We ran. The whole way back to the house, I could hear heavy footsteps crashing through the brush behind us, and something breathing, rhythmic and heavy, like it wasn't even working hard to keep pace. It felt like the house would never appear, but it did, and we threw the door shut and locked every entrance. Whatever was outside didn't leave. We could hear it moving around the perimeter of the house, making sounds I couldn't categorize, a kind of low screeching mixed with the heavy breathing from before. Then it slammed against the door, once, twice. My grandfather had enough. He raised his rifle and fired twice through the door. The screeching came again, louder and sharper, and then the footsteps tore off into the dark and faded away. Once we caught our breath, I called the police. The responding deputy arrived looking skeptical, but that skepticism faded quickly when we walked him through the damage and showed him the track marks around the property. He didn't have much to offer in the way of an explanation. The follow-up call never came. We packed up at first light and drove home. I haven't been back, and I'm honestly not sure I ever will.
Story 3. The Screaming in the Mountains. My buddy Marcus had been trying to get my friend Devin and me to go hunting with him for 2 solid years. We always found reason to say no. Neither Devin nor I had any real idea what we were doing out there, and honestly, hunting wasn't something either of us had ever been drawn to. Marcus was the kind of guy who actually knew how to do things. He knew how to field dress a deer, split wood, start a fire with nothing but friction, and somehow sleep comfortably on the ground. Devin and I were not those kinds of guys. We liked the idea of a mountain weekend more than the reality of it. Sitting around a fire with cold beers sounded great. Hiking miles into the wilderness before sunrise and shooting an animal did not. But Marcus finally convinced us one late November with a combination of persistence and the promise of good food cooked over an open fire. He said rifle season was open, the weather would keep the bugs down, and he knew a stretch of mountain he'd hunted before where you could go a whole weekend without seeing another soul. That last part turned out to be only half true. The plan was simple. Drive up Friday morning, hike in, set up camp, and hunt through the weekend. Marcus walked us through firearm safety like we were in a training course, showed us how to move quietly through brush, how to read deer trails, how to spot the subtle signs in the woods that I never would have noticed on my own. We parked at a pullout near an old logging road and hiked in. Marcus claimed it was a few miles. It felt significantly longer. By the time we found the spot he wanted, my shoulders ached and my legs were burning on the uphill sections.
We made camp near a small creek on a flat patch of ground. Marcus did most of the actual work because Devin and I were more of a hindrance than a help. By dark, we had tents up, a fire going, and a ring of logs arranged around it. That first night felt genuinely good for a while. The woods were quiet in that deep, specific way that you only find far from roads. We were drinking, laughing, rehashing old stories from years back, giving Devin a hard time about the 20 minutes it took him to set up a two-man tent. Then we heard it. A scream somewhere deep in the forest. All three of us stopped talking at once. Marcus tilted his head and listened the way a dog does when it catches something on the wind. Devin laughed a little nervously and said it sounded like someone being murdered. Marcus said it was probably a fox. They can produce sounds that are unsettling close to a human scream. I wanted that to be true, because that particular sound did not sound like any fox I had ever heard described. Since it was distant, it was easy to talk ourselves down. We started up again, but quieter, with everyone pausing now and then to listen. About 5 minutes later, the scream came again. This time, it was close enough that the conversation didn't just slow down, it stopped completely. It sounded like it originated maybe 100 yards out. One long, sharp scream that cut off all at once. Devin got to his feet and stared into the dark beyond the firelight. Marcus stood too. Then Devin called out, asking if someone needed help. I told him that was an incredibly stupid thing to do. Then all three of us stood there and waited for an answer. Nothing came back. Marcus looked uncomfortable in a way I hadn't seen him before. He said if it was a person who needed help, they would have responded. Then he said we needed to put the fire out and get into the tents. He didn't spell out his reasoning. He didn't have to. We killed the fire fast and climbed into our tents with rifles close by. I barely slept. My brain cataloged every sound the forest made. At some point, the exhaustion won out, and I drifted off. When I woke, the light was gray, and the air was cold enough that leaving my sleeping bag felt like a genuine sacrifice. But eventually, I forced myself out. The camp had been disturbed. Our folding chairs were tipped over. One of the coolers had been turned on its side. A grocery bag of snacks had been torn open and dragged a few feet from where we'd left it. Marcus's backpack was lying near the fire ring when it had definitely been leaning against a tree when we turned in. Marcus looked at the scene for a moment and said a bear had come through. It was the most logical explanation. We hadn't hung our food properly, and there had been food smells all over camp. What was slightly strange was how little had actually been taken. Things seemed more moved than ransacked. But Marcus sounded confident, and I wanted the ordinary explanation badly enough to accept it.
He suggested we break camp and move deeper in, partly because of the bear and partly because he wanted to get closer to the hunting area he had in mind. We packed up and relocated to a denser section of the slope farther from the creek. It was probably only a quarter mile, but it felt more remote somehow. We hunted through most of the day. Marcus split us up, then kept us within sight while he showed us where to position ourselves and how to read the tree lines. Devin treated it like a game at first, but by mid-afternoon even he had settled into the quiet. There's something about sitting still in deep woods with a rifle that shifts something inside you, whether you're looking for it or not. Late in the day, Marcus shot a buck. I heard the crack of the rifle and then his voice calling us in. The deer was down in a patch of brush about 40 yards out, a solid animal. Seeing a dead deer up close was different from anything I expected. Marcus had us help drag it back to camp, which was brutal work, and then he walked us through the field dressing process with the patience of someone who'd done it 100 times. I felt sick through most of it. The smell, the reality of it.
I grew up in a house where animals were family, so the whole premise of the trip had already been a stretch for me. But Marcus was completely in his element. By the time we were done, the meat was bagged in the cooler and Marcus was cutting backstrap to cook over the fire. That night we drank to celebrate, and he cooked the venison right there over the coals. I didn't expect it to taste the way it did. It was genuinely good. Then the scream came back. Distant at first, but the moment I heard it, something cold moved through me. Not this again. Nobody said fox. Nobody laughed. Marcus stared into the dark. Devin muttered something under his breath. We waited, hoping that first call was the last one. It wasn't. A few minutes later it came again, and it was closer, moving toward us, the same as the night before. The firelight made everything beyond it look impenetrably black, and I remember the specific, nauseating awareness that whoever was making that sound could probably see us perfectly from the dark, and we could see nothing at all. Marcus stood up and grabbed his rifle. Then, in what I can only describe as a burst of liquid courage, he raised the rifle toward the sky and fired several rounds. Then he started screaming into the woods, loud, incoherent, like he was trying to out-crazy whatever was out there. Devin and I laughed despite ourselves, partly because it was so sudden, partly because we'd all had enough to drink that fear and adrenaline were mixing strangely. The laughter didn't last. The scream came again almost immediately, and this time it sounded like it was standing just outside the edge of camp, somewhere in the black past the last ring of firelight. Marcus stopped yelling. None of us said it aloud, but we all understood. The warning shots hadn't worked. We killed the fire again. The camp went pitch black instantly, just a faint orange glow from the cooling coals and a little pale moonlight filtering through the canopy. We got into our tents with our rifles. I lay on my back and listened. I could hear things in the woods, branches shifting, something moving through leaves, but I couldn't separate what was real from what my mind was constructing. Then I heard footsteps, not walking, running, fast and heavy, circling the camp. Something brushed the side of my tent, a dragging sensation along the fabric, like someone running an object across it as they passed. I didn't call out for Devin or Marcus. I was terrified it wasn't them. Then it went completely still. The silence that followed was worse than any of the noise. It stretched out for what felt like a full minute. Then the scream erupted from the center of camp, right between the tents, enormous, so close and so loud that it stopped sounding entirely human. I heard Devin yell from his tent. I heard my own voice before I realized I was making sound. Then Marcus fired a round through the roof of his tent into the sky. The blast was deafening. Fast, crashing footsteps tore off through the woods immediately after, loud at first, then fading, then gone. For a few seconds, no one moved. Then Marcus's voice, "Everyone okay?" Devin answered first, shaky in a way I had never heard from him. I answered after. Marcus said we were all getting into his tent, and that was final. We crawled in together with rifles and flashlights and barely spoke. At one point, Devin just asked flat out what that had been. Marcus said he genuinely had no idea. That was the part that got to me. Marcus always had an answer. We sat like that for hours. Every so often, one of us would hear something and everyone would freeze. Eventually, the adrenaline faded enough that we all drifted off. Morning came and the camp looked almost normal. A few things knocked over, a beer can crushed in the dirt, a plastic bin shifted a few feet, but nothing taken. We broke camp at first light without discussing it. Nobody brought up hunting again. We hiked out faster than we'd hiked in, and the closer we got to the truck, the more we talked, like sound was protection. By the time we were back on the road, some of the fear had started converting into the kind of dark laughter people use to process something they don't fully understand. Devon kept doing an impression of Marcus screaming into the black forest, like a man who had lost every rational thought in his head. Even Marcus laughed. We debated whether to call the county sheriff. In the end, we didn't. Marcus said if it was actually someone in distress, they would have responded when we called back. Devon said it was probably someone deeply troubled who gets a thrill from frightening hunters in the dark. My theory was more unsettling, that someone was using those screams deliberately as bait. None of us could say for certain. I got home that night and expected to sleep hard. Instead, I woke in the dark, soaked through, heart pounding from a dream I couldn't immediately shake. In the dream, I was back in the woods by myself. A woman was standing between the trees. She was covered in blood. She was screaming at me, and the way her eyes found mine directly, like she could see me even in the dream, sent a chill through me that I still feel. I sat on the edge of my bed trying to slow my breathing, and the question that stayed with me since is the one none of us have been able to answer honestly. What if someone really was out there? What if someone was in real trouble and the three of us had just put out our fires and hidden? I tell myself that if someone needed help, they would have come toward the light. They would have said something. All three of us are still saying that. I'm not sure any of us entirely believe it.
3 scary true camping in Alaska horror stories. Hey everyone, tonight I've got 3 stories for you that all take place in one of the most remote and unforgiving places in North America, Alaska. These stories were sent in by viewers who experienced things while camping in the Alaskan wilderness that they still can't explain. The isolation, the endless forests, the wildlife. Alaska is beautiful, but it's also dangerous. And sometimes what you encounter out there isn't just dangerous, it's something else entirely. So, turn off the lights, get comfortable, and let's begin. Story 1. The Watcher in the Trees. This first story comes from a guy named Trevor who went on a solo camping trip in the Tongass National Forest back in the summer of 2019. Trevor had been planning this trip for months. He was an experienced outdoorsman, had camped in Alaska multiple times before, and he wasn't afraid of being alone in the wilderness. He packed his gear, grabbed his bear spray, and drove out to a trailhead about 40 miles from the nearest town. The plan was simple. Hike 5 miles into the forest, set up camp near a lake, and spend 3 days fishing, reading, and just disconnecting from everything. The first day was perfect. The weather was clear, the trail was well marked, and by early afternoon, Trevor reached the lake. It was one of those places that looked like it came straight out of a postcard. Crystal clear water, surrounded by dense pine trees, mountains in the distance. Complete silence except for the occasional bird call. He set up his tent on a flat area about 30 feet from the water's edge, gathered some firewood, and cooked himself dinner as the sun started to set. That first night, nothing happened. Trevor sat by the fire, looked at the stars, and felt that deep sense of peace you only get when you're truly away from civilization. He went to bed around 11, zipped up his tent, and fell asleep almost immediately. The second day started off just as good. Trevor spent the morning fishing, caught a couple of decent-sized trout, and explored the area around the lake. But as the afternoon went on, he started to get this feeling. You know that sensation when you're being watched? That prickling on the back of your neck? He kept turning around, scanning the tree line, but he never saw anything. He told himself it was just his imagination, maybe a bit of paranoia from being alone. But the feeling didn't go away. That evening, as Trevor was preparing dinner, he heard something, a sound that made him freeze. It was footsteps. Not the heavy, deliberate footsteps of a bear or moose. These were different. They were light, almost careful,
crunching through the underbrush somewhere in the woods behind his camp. Trevor grabbed his flashlight and shined it toward the tree line. Nothing. The footsteps stopped immediately when he turned on the light. He stood there for a full minute, not moving, barely breathing, just listening. Silence. Complete silence. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just that heavy, oppressive quiet that feels wrong somehow. Trevor convinced himself it was probably just a deer or maybe a fox. He went back to cooking, but he kept his bear spray within arm's reach. As darkness fell, Trevor built up the fire bigger than usual. He wanted the light, needed it. He sat there, occasionally glancing into the darkness beyond the firelight, and that's when he saw them. Eyes. 2 reflective eyes, about 5.5 feet off the ground, just at the edge of where the firelight reached. They were watching him. Trevor's heart started pounding. He slowly reached for his flashlight and pointed it at the eyes. The moment the beam hit them, they disappeared. Not like an animal turning and running, they just weren't there anymore. No sound of movement, no rustling, nothing. Trevor sat there, flashlight in one hand, bear spray in the other, scanning the tree line. He didn't see the eyes again that night, but the feeling of being watched never went away. He barely slept. Every sound made him tense up. The wind through the trees sounded like whispers. Branches cracking sounded like footsteps. At one point, around 2 a.m, he heard something circling his tent. Slow, deliberate steps moving around the perimeter. Trevor lay there, frozen, listening to whatever it was walk around his tent 3 full times before the sound finally faded into the distance. When morning came, Trevor was exhausted but relieved. He decided right then that he was packing up and leaving. This trip was over. As he started taking down his tent, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. Footprints. Fresh footprints in the soft dirt around his campsite. But these weren't animal prints. They were human. Bare human feet, and they circled his tent exactly the way he'd heard the night before. Trevor looked at these prints, and his mind was racing. Who the hell would be out here barefoot? It was Alaska. The nights got cold. The ground was rough. It didn't make sense. He followed the prints with his eyes, and they led away from his camp, back into the forest. But here's the thing that really got to him. The prints didn't come from anywhere. There was no trail to his camp. The prints just started at the edge of his campsite, circled his tent, and then led away. Like whatever made them had just appeared there. Trevor didn't pack up carefully. He threw everything in his backpack, grabbed his gear, and started hiking back toward the trailhead as fast as he could. He kept looking over his shoulder, kept feeling like something was following him, staying just out of sight in the trees. The 5-mile hike that took him 5 hours to do leisurely on the way in, he did in under 3 hours on the way out. As he reached his car and threw his gear in the trunk, Trevor looked back one last time toward the trail. Standing at the edge of the tree line, maybe 50 yards away, was a figure. Tall, thin, pale. Too far away to make out details, but close enough that Trevor could see it was human-shaped, and it was just standing there, watching him. Trevor got in his car and drove. He didn't look back again. To this day, he has no idea what he encountered out there. He's talked to park rangers, other campers, even looked up missing persons reports from that area. Nothing. No one else has reported seeing anything like what he described. But Trevor won't go back. He still camps, but never alone, and never in that part of Alaska. He sent me photos of those footprints. I've seen them. They're real, and they don't look like any human prints I've ever seen. The toes are too long, spread too wide. Whatever walked around his tent that night, I don't think it was human.
Story 2. The Thing That Mimicked. This next story is from a woman named Dakota. She and her boyfriend, Emick, went camping in Denali National Park in late August of 2020. They were both in their mid-20s, had been dating for a few years, and loved outdoor adventures together. They got a backcountry permit and hiked about 8 miles into the park to a designated camping area. It was just the two of them, their tent,
and miles of wilderness in every direction. The weather was perfect, the hiking was challenging but manageable, and by the time they set up camp, both of them were in great spirits. The first night was normal. They made dinner, talked about their plans for the next day, and went to sleep early because they were exhausted from the hike. Dakota woke up once during the night to use the bathroom, unzipped the tent, and stepped out into the darkness. She did her business a little ways from the tent, and as she was walking back, she heard Emmett's voice call out from inside the tent. "Dakota, you coming back to bed?" "Yeah, just a second," she replied, zipping up the tent and crawling back into her sleeping bag. Emmett was lying there, facing away from her, already half asleep again. She snuggled up next to him and fell back asleep. The next morning, as they were making breakfast, Dakota mentioned hearing him call out to her during the night. Emmett looked at her with a confused expression. "I didn't call out to you. I was asleep the whole night." "Dakota, yeah, you did. You asked if I was coming back to bed." "Dakota, I'm telling you, I didn't wake up at all. I slept straight through." She could see he was serious. The confusion on his face was genuine. A weird feeling started to creep into her stomach, but she pushed it away. Maybe he just didn't remember. People talk in their sleep all the time, right? She dropped it, and they went on with their day. They spent the day hiking to a nearby ridge, saw some caribou in the distance, took a bunch of photos. It was exactly the kind of day they'd been hoping for. As evening approached, they headed back to camp, made dinner, and settled in for the night. Around midnight, Dakota woke up to the sound of rustling outside the tent. She lay there, listening. It sounded like something moving around their campsite, maybe an animal checking out their food. They'd properly stored everything in bear-proof containers, so she wasn't too worried. But then she heard Emmett's voice. It was coming from outside the tent. "Dakota, can you come out here? I need help with something." She sat up, confused. Emmett was right next to her, asleep in his sleeping bag. She could hear him breathing steadily, but his voice was clearly coming from outside. "Dakota, come outside. I need you." Her heart started racing. She reached over and shook Emmett awake. His eyes opened, groggy and confused. "What's wrong?" he whispered. "Someone's outside. They're using your voice." Emmett's expression changed immediately. He went from confused to alert in a second. They both sat there, completely still, listening. "Dakota, why won't you come out? It's me. Come outside." The voice was exactly like Emmett's, same tone, same inflection. If Dakota hadn't been looking right at him, she would have sworn it was him talking. Emmett's face went pale. He grabbed their flashlight and slowly unzipped the tent just a crack, shining the light outside. Nothing. The campsite was empty. But the voice came again, this time from a different direction, further away, near the tree line. "Dakota, I'm scared. Please come find me." "That's not me," Emmett whispered, his voice shaking. "That's not me." They sat there for hours, holding each other, listening to the thing outside use Emmett's voice to call for Dakota. It moved around the campsite, always staying just out of sight, sometimes close, sometimes far away. Sometimes it would be silent for 20 or 30 minutes, and they'd start to think it was gone. Then the voice would come again. "Dakota, why won't you help me?" As the sun started to rise, the voice finally stopped. Dakota and Emmett didn't sleep for the rest of the night. As soon as it was light enough to see, they packed up their tent and gear as fast as they possibly could. They barely spoke to each other. They just wanted to get out of there. The hike back was 8 miles of constant paranoia. Every sound made them jump. Dakota kept hearing Emmett's voice in her head, that pleading tone, asking her to come outside. The thing is, whatever it was out there, it knew something personal. It knew Emmett's voice perfectly. It knew Dakota's name. It knew how to manipulate her. When they finally reached the trailhead and got back to their car, Dakota broke down crying. The fear, the exhaustion, the sheer wrongness of what they'd experienced, it all hit her at once. Emmett held her, and she could feel him shaking too. They reported what happened to park rangers, trying to explain it as best they could. The ranger they talked to listened patiently, nodded, and then said something that made them both go cold. "You're not the first people to report something like that. We've had a few incidents over the years. Voices that sound like other people in the camping party. We don't have an explanation for it. Some people think it's psychosis from isolation. Others think it's some kind of the acoustic phenomenon. But between you and me, I think there's something out there that knows how to mimic." Dakota and Emmett left Alaska the next day. They broke up 6 months later. Dakota told me that every time she heard Emmett's voice after that night, it reminded her of what happened. She couldn't separate the real Emmett from the thing that had used his voice. It broke something between them. She still doesn't know what called to her that night. She's researched everything from wendigos to skinwalkers, from mountain mimics to unknown predators. Nothing fits exactly. But she knows one thing for certain. If she ever hears someone calling her name in the wilderness, and that person should be right next to her, she's not going outside. Ever.
Story 3. The Abandoned Research Station. This last story comes from a guy named Joel. He and 3 of his friends went camping in a remote part of the Alaska Range in the fall of 2018. The 4 of them were all college students at the time, outdoorsy types who loved pushing themselves on challenging trips. The plan was to hike to an area where there used to be an old geological research station from the 1970s. The station had been abandoned for decades, and Joel had read about it on some obscure hiking forums. People said it was a cool historical site, totally safe, just empty buildings slowly being reclaimed by nature. Joel, his friends Brianna, Terrence, and Heather thought it would be awesome to camp near it and explore the buildings. They parked at the end of a dirt road and hiked for about 6 hours, following GPS coordinates and an old, barely visible trail. As the sun was starting to set, they found it. The research station. 3 small buildings arranged in a U-shape around a central courtyard area. The buildings were made of wood and metal, weathered and worn by decades of harsh Alaskan weather. Windows were broken, doors hung off hinges. It looked exactly like an abandoned research station should look. They set up their tents in the courtyard, figuring the buildings would provide some wind protection. As they were setting up, Joel noticed something off. The buildings weren't as empty as they should have been. Through the broken windows, he could see that some of the rooms still had furniture, papers scattered on desks, even some equipment. It looked less like a place that had been abandoned 40 years ago and more like a place where people had just left suddenly. "That's weird, right?" Joel said to Terrence. "If this place was properly shut down, wouldn't they have taken all their stuff?" Terrence shrugged. "Maybe it was too expensive to haul it all out. We're pretty far from civilization." They finished setting up camp, made dinner, and as darkness fell, they decided to explore the buildings with their flashlights. The main building had a common area, a kitchen, and several small offices. Papers were strewn everywhere, yellowed with age. Joel picked up one of them. It was a research log, dated September 1978. The handwriting was shaky, hard to read, but he could make out phrases like unusual seismic readings and not matching any known patterns and recommend immediate evacuation. "Guys, check this out," Joel called to the others. They gathered around as he read from the log. The entries became more frantic as they went on. October 1978. Hearing things at night. November 1978. Can't locate the source. And then the last entry, dated December 3rd, 1978. We shouldn't have stayed this long. It knows we're here. The 4 of them looked at each other. Brianna laughed nervously. "Okay, that's creepy as hell. But it's probably just someone messing around, right? Like someone came here years after it was abandoned and wrote fake scary entries." "Yeah, probably," Joel agreed.
but he pocketed the log anyway. They explored the rest of the building, finding more scattered papers, old equipment, sleeping bags still laid out in one of the rooms. The place had an overwhelming sense of wrongness to it, like the people who worked here left in a hurry and never came back. They went back to their tents around 10 p.m. The plan was to get some sleep and explore the other 2 buildings in the morning, but none of them could really sleep. The wind had picked up, and it was making the old buildings creak and groan. Metal banging against metal, doors swinging, windows rattling. It sounded like the whole place was alive. Around midnight, Joel heard it, a sound that didn't match the wind. It was coming from one of the other buildings, the one they hadn't explored yet. It sounded like footsteps, heavy, deliberate footsteps moving around inside the building. Joel unzipped his tent slightly and looked out. The building was dark, but he could see a faint light moving behind one of the windows, like someone was in there with a flashlight. He quickly woke up Terrence, who was sharing the tent with him. "Dude, there's someone in that building." They woke up Brianna and Heather in the other tent, and the 4 of them stood there watching the light move from window to window. It would disappear for a moment, then appear in another window, like whoever was holding it was walking through the building. "Maybe it's another hiker?" Heather suggested quietly. "But out here, in the middle of the night, no one else knew about this place," Joel replied. They watched for another few minutes, and then the light stopped. It was in what looked like the main room of the building, and it just stayed there, not moving. Just a stationary light pointing toward the window, pointing toward them. "Okay, I don't like this," Brianna whispered. "We should leave." "Leave? Now? It's pitch black. We're 6 hours from the car," Terrence said. "I don't care. Something's wrong. We need to go." But before they could make a decision, the light went out. The building was dark again. They stood there in silence, waiting, watching. Nothing happened. No more lights, no more sounds except the wind and the creaking buildings. "Let's just stay in our tents, keep watch and shifts," Joel suggested. "If anything else happens, we leave immediately." They agreed, though none of them felt good about it. Joel and Terrence took the first watch, sitting outside their tents, flashlights in hand, watching the buildings. 2 hours passed. Nothing. They woke up Brianna and Heather for the second shift and tried to get some sleep. Joel was jolted awake by Heather screaming. He burst out of his tent to find both women standing there, flashlights pointed at the building where they'd seen the light. The door was wide open. It had been closed before. They were sure of it. "It just slowly swung open on its own," Heather said, her voice shaking. The 4 of them stood there staring at the dark doorway, and then they heard it. Footsteps coming from inside the building, getting closer to the door. Slow, heavy footsteps, like someone was walking toward them. "Run," Joel said. "Run now." They didn't pack up their tents. They didn't grab their gear. They just ran. They grabbed their backpacks with their essentials and ran into the darkness, using their flashlights to navigate back the way they'd come. 6 hours of hiking in the daylight became 8 hours of terrified stumbling in the dark. They didn't stop, didn't look back. Every sound behind them made them move faster. When they finally reached their car as the sun was coming up, they were exhausted, scratched up from running through brush in the dark, and traumatized. They got in the car and drove straight back to town. Joel still has that research log he took from the station. He's read it hundreds of times, trying to understand what happened there in 1978 and what they encountered in 2018. The last entry keeps echoing in his mind. It knows we're here. He's done research, tried to find out what happened to the researchers who were stationed there. There's almost no information available. The station was operated by a university that closed its geology department in the early 1980s. Records from that time are incomplete or missing. No one seems to know exactly when the station was abandoned or why. But Joel did find one thing, a newspaper article from January 1979. Just a small piece buried in the back of an Alaska newspaper. The headline read, "4 researchers missing after failed evacuation from remote station." The article said that a geological research team had called for an emergency evacuation in early December 1978, but when the rescue team arrived in January, the station was empty. No signs of struggle, no bodies, no clues about where the researchers had gone. They were never found. Joel thinks about those researchers sometimes. He wonders if they heard footsteps too, if they saw lights in the dark, if they felt like something was watching them, studying them, waiting. And he wonders if whatever was there in 1978 is still there now. He hasn't been back. None of them have. They don't talk about it much anymore, but when they do, they all agree on one thing. There are some places in Alaska that should stay abandoned, some places where people aren't meant to go, and that research station is one of them. So, there you have it. 3 camping stories from Alaska that'll make you think twice before heading into the wilderness alone. Trevor and his mysterious watcher, Dakota and the thing that mimicked Emmett's voice, and Joel and his friends at the abandoned research station. Alaska is beautiful, vast, and filled with wonders, but it's also isolated, unforgiving, and full of things we don't understand. When you're out there, miles from the nearest person, surrounded by endless wilderness, you're not always alone, and what's watching you might not be human. If you have your own scary camping stories, true paranormal experiences, or unexplained encounters, send them my way. I'm always looking for new stories to share. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss the next one. Stay safe out there. And remember, if you hear someone calling your name in the darkness and you know they should be right beside you, don't answer. Thanks for watching.
Hey there, and welcome to True Scary Stories. Before we dive in, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and drop a comment telling us where you're from and what time you're watching. That helps YouTube know you love creepy stories, and it'll keep sending more your way.
Hey everyone, welcome back. If you're new here, I want to warn you right now, these aren't your typical campfire stories. These are the kind of accounts that come from real people. People who went into the woods expecting one thing and came out, if they came out at all, completely changed. Tonight, I have 3 stories for you. Each one takes place deep in the woods, far from any road, far from any help. So get comfortable, turn the lights down if you want, and let's get into it. Story 1, The Watcher on the Ridge. So this story was shared with me by a guy named Cole. Cole was 26 years old at the time this happened, and he describes himself as an experienced outdoorsman. He'd been hiking and camping since he was a kid. His dad used to take him out into the backcountry every summer, so he wasn't someone who scared easily. He knew the woods. He respected them. But what happened to Cole during a solo trip in the Appalachian backcountry in late October, he says it permanently changed the way he thinks about being alone out there. He'd planned the trip for weeks, 5 days, solo, no trail. He wanted to go off the beaten path, real deep wilderness, no other hikers, no campsites, no noise, just him and nature. He drove out on a Thursday morning, parked his truck at a small dirt pullout off a forest road, and started walking. By mid-afternoon, he was already deep enough that he couldn't hear the distant sound of the highway anymore, just wind, leaves, birds. He said it felt perfect. He set up camp that first night near a dry creek bed, got a small fire going, ate his meal, and was in his tent by 9. He slept great, no issues. Day 2 was equally peaceful. He pushed deeper north, crossed a ridgeline, and found himself in this beautiful, dense section of old-growth forest. Massive trees, thick canopy, barely any underbrush. He remembers thinking it looked almost unnatural how clean and quiet it was in there, like the forest floor had been swept. He made a note of that thought later, that the area felt almost too quiet. No squirrels, no bird calls, no rustling in the leaves, just silence. He brushed it off, set up camp again, got a fire going. It was around 10:30 that night when he first noticed something was off. He was sitting by the dying fire, just watching the embers, when he got this feeling on the back of his neck.
You know that feeling. It's primal. Something in your brain just goes cold and says something is watching you. Cole said he'd felt that feeling before out in the woods, and it had always turned out to be nothing. A deer nearby, maybe, a raccoon. So he didn't panic. He just slowly looked up and scanned the tree line around him. At first, he didn't see anything, but then he looked up the ridge to the north. There was a rocky slope that rose maybe 60, 70 feet above his campsite, and he saw a shape just standing there at the top of the ridge between two trees, completely still. It was dark, obviously, but there was enough light filtering through the canopy that he could make out a silhouette, and what he saw was the shape of a person, standing completely still, just watching him. Cole said his first thought was that it was another hiker, maybe someone who'd seen his fire and stopped. He said he even raised a hand and waved, thinking maybe the person would wave back or come down and say hello. The figure didn't move. He called out, said something like, "Hey, you okay up there?" Nothing, no response. The figure just stayed there, perfectly still, like a statue. Cole said the hair on his arms stood straight up at that point. He grabbed his flashlight and shined it up at the ridge. The beam wasn't quite strong enough to fully illuminate the spot, but he could see just enough. And in that brief flash of light, what he noticed was that the figure was tall, unusually tall, and the way it was standing wasn't quite right. The proportions seemed off somehow. He couldn't place it exactly. He just knew that looking at it made him feel deeply physically wrong inside. He decided the smart move was to go into his tent, zip it up, and wait. So that's what he did. He lay there in his sleeping bag, heart pounding, listening. And for a while, maybe 20 minutes, there was nothing, no sound at all. Then he heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching through the leaves, coming down the ridge towards his campsite. Cole said he stopped breathing. He lay completely still. The footsteps got closer and closer, and then they stopped, right outside his tent, like directly outside. He said he could hear breathing, slow, deep, rhythmic breathing, just on the other side of the thin nylon wall. He stayed frozen for what felt like an hour. He was too scared to move, too scared to make a sound. Eventually, and he doesn't know how long it actually took, the footsteps started again, slowly moving away, back up the ridge, until the sound faded out completely. Cole did not sleep that night. When dawn came, he unzipped his tent and looked outside. The campsite was undisturbed. His fire was cold. His gear was exactly where he'd left it. But in the soft dirt right outside the tent door, there were footprints, large ones. He took photos. He said they looked like bare human feet, but the stride length was enormous. Whoever or whatever had been standing outside his tent had feet bigger than any person he'd ever seen, and the depth of the impressions in the dirt suggested something extremely heavy. Cole packed up his camp at about 10 minutes flat and started walking south, back towards his truck. He says he hiked the entire way back without stopping, about 14 miles, and he did it in less than 5 hours. He never looked back. He got to his truck, drove home, and didn't tell anyone what happened for almost 2 years. He said part of him still tries to find rational explanations. Maybe another hiker. Maybe his eyes were playing tricks on him in the dark. But then he thinks about those footprints and the breathing right outside his tent, and he can't explain it away. Cole hasn't done a solo overnight in the woods since.
Story 2. The Cabin That Wasn't on Any Map. This next story comes from a woman named Dina. Dina was 31 when this happened, and she was on a hiking trip with her boyfriend, a guy named Ray. They were both outdoorsy people, both in good shape, both experienced with multi-day wilderness trips. They'd done plenty of hikes together before. Nothing had ever gone seriously wrong. They were hiking in a remote section of national forest in the Pacific Northwest. Deep, dense, wet forest. The kind of place where the trees are so tall you sometimes lose sight of the sky entirely. It had been raining for 2 days straight when things started to go sideways. On day 3 of their trip, they got turned around. Dina is the first to admit it. They made a navigation mistake.
They'd been relying on a paper topo map and a compass, but visibility was low because of fog and rain, and somewhere along a ridge they lost their bearing. By mid-afternoon, they knew they were off course, but they weren't sure by how much. They kept moving, hoping to pick up a trail or a landmark they recognized. By 4 o'clock, with the light already starting to fade and rain still coming down, they started to feel that creeping edge of panic. Not full panic, but that early warning sign. The quiet kind, where you and your partner don't talk about it, but you both know. And then, Ray spotted something through the trees. A structure. Brown, wooden, barely visible through the fog. They pushed through the underbrush toward it and found a cabin. Old but solid looking, small, maybe one room, log construction, metal roof, a covered porch with a woodpile stacked on one end. Dina said her first feeling was pure relief. A cabin meant they could get out of the rain, and if there was a cabin, there might be a trail nearby that led to a road. They called out, knocked on the door. No answer. Ray tried the handle. Unlocked. They pushed the door open and went inside. The inside was damp and smelled like old wood and something else, something musty and organic that Dina couldn't identify. There was a small table, 2 chairs, a wood stove in the corner, and a cot along one wall with a folded wool blanket on it. There were shelves on the wall with a few canned goods, some old tools, a lantern. Everything was covered in a thin layer of dust, but the place looked structurally sound and dry. No broken windows, no holes in the roof. Ray found some dry wood in a box near the stove and got a fire going. They stripped off their wet outer layers and hung them up. For a few minutes, it almost felt cozy. Dina remembers laughing at something Ray said, the tension starting to break. They decided they'd spend the night here, wait out the rain, and figure out their route in the morning. As the fire got going and the light in the cabin improved, Dina started looking more closely at the interior. And that's when she noticed the walls. Every inch of wall space that wasn't covered by shelving or the stovepipe was covered in writing. Not casual graffiti-style writing, not casual scrawling, dense, careful, small handwriting covering every surface from floor to about 5 feet high. Words and numbers, and what looked like partial sentences, written over and over in tight rows. In some places, the writing was so thick it had layered on top of itself and become illegible. Dina moved closer with the lantern and tried to read some of it. Most of it didn't make sense, fragments, things like, "It comes when the rain comes," and "Don't go past the stones," and "The third night is the worst," and "You will hear it before you see it." She said some of it was clearly the same phrase repeated dozens of times, like someone writing lines as punishment in school, just filling the wall with the same words over and over. One phrase she said she found in at least 4 different spots on the walls was, "Leave before it finds you here." She showed Ray. He read some of it, and his face went pale. They both agreed it was probably just some disturbed person who'd used this cabin as a kind of shelter, maybe someone who'd had some kind of psychological break out here. It was unsettling, but it didn't necessarily mean anything dangerous. They ate, kept the fire going, and tried to sleep. Ray took the cot. Dina made a sleeping pad from her rain gear on the floor. Sometime in the night, she thinks it was around 2 or 3 in the morning, she woke up. The fire had burned down to coals. The cabin was dark except for the faint orange glow from the stove's air vent, and outside, in the rain, she could hear something. Footsteps on the porch. She sat up immediately. Ray was still asleep. She listened. The footsteps moved slowly across the porch, from one end to the other, and then stopped at the door. She shook Ray awake. He came to quickly. She must have looked terrified because he went from groggy to alert in about half a second. They both sat there in the dark, listening. A knock at the door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Ray grabbed his hiking pole, the only thing either of them had that could function as a weapon, and they both stared at the door. Neither of them moved to open it. Neither of them spoke. Dina said she felt like if she made any sound at all, something terrible would happen. The knocking came again. 3 more knocks, same rhythm, slow. patient. And then silence. They waited. A minute passed, then 5. The rain kept falling. The porch was quiet. After about 20 minutes, Ray crept to the small window near the door and looked out. He couldn't see anything in the dark and rain. No light, no movement, nothing on the porch. They didn't sleep again. They sat together by the stove until the sky outside began to lighten. The second the dawn came, they packed up everything and left. Outside, in the mud on the porch, there were no footprints. The rain had washed everything clean. There was no evidence anyone or anything had been there at all. It took them most of the day to find their way back to the trailhead. When they finally got back to their car and drove to the nearest town, Dina pulled out her phone and tried to look up the cabin. She tried cross-referencing the general area with ranger station records, land use maps, any historical records of structures in that section of forest. She found nothing. Not a single record of any cabin in that area. No hunting cabin, no fire lookout, no historical homestead. Nothing. As far as any official record is concerned, that cabin doesn't exist. And yet, someone, something, knocked on its door in the middle of the night. Dina told me she thinks about the writing on the walls a lot, specifically that one phrase, "Leave before it finds you here." She thinks they left just in time. She doesn't want to think about what might have happened if they'd stayed for a second night.
Story 3. The Trail That Led Somewhere Else. The last story tonight is the one that bothers me the most personally. It comes from a guy named Theo. Theo was 43 years old, a high school biology teacher, a runner, and an avid trail runner specifically. He'd run some serious races, 50-milers, 100K, that kind of thing. This guy was deeply comfortable in the woods, fast, fit, experienced, and level-headed. He's the kind of person you'd want with you if things went wrong. What he described to me, he said he's never been able to explain, and I believe him. It was a Saturday morning in early September. Theo went out for what he planned as a long training run, about 22 miles, on a trail system he'd run many times before, in a large state forest about 40 minutes from his house. He knew these trails by heart. He'd been running them for years. He knew every fork, every landmark, every stream crossing. It was his home turf. He started at 7 in the morning. The weather was perfect. Cool, clear, low humidity. He was in a great mood. He had his hydration vest, enough food and water for the run, his phone, and a small emergency kit he always carried. Not because he thought he'd need it, just tap it. The first 8 or 9 miles were completely normal. He was hitting his pace, feeling good, watching the light change as the sun came up through the trees. He passed a few landmarks he recognized, an old stone wall that cut through the forest, a particular boulder he always used as a mile marker, a creek crossing with a narrow wooden footbridge. All normal, all exactly as he remembered. And then, at around the 9-mile mark, something changed. He came around a bend on a section of trail he knew well. It should have opened up onto a wide fire road that cut through the forest, a road he'd crossed hundreds of times. Instead, he found himself in a part of the forest he'd never seen before. He stopped, looked around. The trail behind him looked normal, but ahead of him, instead of the fire road, there was just more forest. Old, dense, dark forest with no trail markers and no familiar landmarks, just trees in every direction. Theo figured he'd somehow gotten onto a side trail without noticing. Maybe he'd been zoning out, gone into that running trance where the miles just disappeared. It happened. He wasn't worried. He pulled out his phone to check his GPS running app. No signal, which wasn't shocking for deep woods, but he also noticed something that did bother him. His GPS track showed him on the main trail, right where he expected to be. According to his phone, he was exactly on course, but what he was seeing with his own eyes didn't match the map at all. He decided to backtrack, run back the way he came, find the fire road, reorient. He turned around and started running back along the trail. After about 10 minutes, he came to that wooden footbridge over the creek. Good, a landmark he knew. He crossed it and kept going.
After another 10 minutes, he expected to see the boulder he always used as a mile marker. He never reached it. After 20 minutes of running back the way he came, he started seeing things that didn't match his memory at all. The trail was narrower than he remembered. The trees were different, older, bigger, with thick moss covering the trunks in a way he'd never noticed before. And the light was wrong. The angle of the sunlight filtering through the canopy suggested it was late afternoon, but it should have been around 9:30 in the morning. Theo stopped again. He checked his watch. It said 9:47 a.m., but the light outside said otherwise. He tried calling out. No answer, just silence. He tried his phone again, still no data signal, but he tried to call. The call connected briefly, then dropped. He picked a direction, north based on his compass app, and started moving. He pushed through underbrush, off-trail, just trying to find anything familiar. A road, a power line cut, a stream, anything. He ran for what his watch said was 40 minutes, and then he smelled smoke. He followed the smell and broke out of the tree line into a small clearing, and there was a camp. Not a hiker's camp, something older looking. A fire ring with a low burning fire, some kind of rough shelter made from branches and bark, a few objects Theo couldn't quite make out hanging from the trees around the clearing. He called out. A man stepped out from behind the shelter. Old, very old. Long gray beard, worn clothing that Theo said looked almost historical. Not like costume historical, just old, worn down. The man looked at Theo with an expression that Theo described as unsurprised, like he'd been expecting him. Theo asked where he was, asked how to get back to the main trail, back to the fire road, back to the trailhead. The old man looked at him for a long moment and then pointed south. He said, and these are the exact words Theo remembers, "Go south, don't stop. Don't look at anything that calls to you from the trees. Just go south and don't stop." Theo asked who he was, how long he'd been out here. The old man just shook his head slowly and said, "Go south, now." Theo went south. He ran. He didn't look into the trees, even though, and this is the part that makes his voice change when he tells this story, twice as he ran through that thick old forest, he heard something calling to him. Not a voice exactly, more like a sound that his brain kept trying to interpret as his name, a sound that made him want to stop and turn toward it. Both times he forced himself to keep running, kept his eyes forward. After about 25 minutes, he burst out of the trees and found himself standing on the fire road, the actual fire road, exactly where it should have been. He knew exactly where he was. It was 10:45 in the morning. He'd lost almost an hour that his watch, which had been running the whole time, couldn't account for. His GPS track for that missing stretch was just a straight line, a clean data gap. He ran the 12 miles back to the trailhead without stopping, drove home, sat in his driveway for a long time. He went back the following weekend and tried to find the section of forest he ended up in. He searched for the clearing, he searched for the fire ring, he searched for any sign of that old man or any kind of camp. He found nothing, just ordinary forest, the same trails he'd always known. He's never been able to explain the missing time, he's never been able to find the clearing, and he's never been able to figure out who that old man was, how he survived alone out there, or how he knew that Theo was coming. But the thing that bothers Theo most isn't the lost hour or the impossible geography. It's that twice as he was running back through those trees, something called to him, and part of him, some deep, irrational part, wanted to stop and answer it. He's grateful he didn't. And that's where I'll leave you tonight. 3 people, 3 separate trips into the woods, 3 experiences they can't explain and can't forget. Cole with the figure on the ridge, Dina and Ray in the cabin that should not exist, and Theo running through a forest that seemed to exist somewhere just slightly outside of the one we all know. I don't know what to make of these stories. I really don't. But I'll tell you this. Every single one of these people told me the same thing when I asked them if they'd go back. They all paused, and they all said no. Not because of fear exactly, but because some part of them felt like they'd been allowed to leave, like whatever was out there had made a choice to let them go. And none of them wanted to test whether it would make that same choice twice. Stay safe out there, and if you're ever deep in the woods and something feels wrong, trust that feeling. Get out. Don't wait to see if it gets worse. I'll see you in the next one.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back. Tonight we have 4 stories, all of them submitted by real people on Reddit, people who claim these things actually happened to them. Whether you believe them or not, well, by the end of tonight, you might not have a choice. Get comfortable. Turn off the lights if you're feeling brave, and let's get into it. Story 1. The Man Who Watched from the Tree Line. I want you to picture a house at the end of a long gravel road. Not a sketchy neighborhood, not some abandoned farmhouse, a perfectly normal house in a rural part of Tennessee. The kind of place where your nearest neighbor is about a quarter mile away. That's where a guy named Derek grew up, and for most of his childhood, he loved it. The space, the quiet, the woods behind the property that stretched on for what felt like forever. He told this story in a Reddit thread about unexplained experiences from childhood. He said for years he convinced himself there was a rational explanation, but as an adult, the more he thought about it, the less rational it became. It started when Derek was around 9 years old, late summer, the kind of evening where it stays light until almost 9 at night and kids stay outside as long as they can before their parents drag them in. Derek was playing alone in the backyard. His older brother was at a friend's house. His parents were inside watching TV with the windows open. He was kicking a soccer ball around near the edge of the yard, where the grass stopped and the woods began. There was maybe 30 feet between him and the tree line. And that's when he saw it. A man standing completely still just inside the tree line. Not moving, not saying anything, just standing there, watching him. Derek said the first thing he felt wasn't fear, it was confusion. Because the man looked completely normal at first glance, dark clothing, average build, standing upright. Derek actually thought it might be a neighbor cutting through the property or something, so he just kind of stared back. But then he noticed the man hadn't blinked, hadn't shifted his weight, hadn't done anything that a normal person standing in the woods would naturally do. He was just perfectly, unnervingly still. Derek took a few steps toward the house, keeping his eyes on the man the whole time. The man didn't move, didn't follow, just stood there. Derek went inside and told his mom. She came out with him to look, and by then, nobody was there. His mom figured it was a deer or a shadow, the way parents do. She told him not to worry about it and called him in for dinner. But it happened again. About 2 weeks later, same time of evening, Derek was outside again, and there he was, same spot, same posture, same unblinking stillness. This time, Derek ran inside immediately without looking away, and he told his dad. His dad went out there, walked all the way to the tree line and a little bit into the woods. Nothing. No footprints in the soft earth near the trees, no broken branches, nothing. His parents started to think Derek had an overactive imagination, and Derek started to second-guess himself, too. Maybe he was seeing things. Maybe the shadows at the edge of the woods played tricks in the fading light. Then his brother saw it. Derek's brother was 14 at the time, old enough that nobody was going to accuse him of imagining things. He came in from the backyard one evening white as a sheet and told their parents there was a man standing in the woods watching the house. Their dad went out again. Nothing. After that, their parents took it more seriously. His dad walked the tree line every couple of days for the rest of the summer. He found something on one of those walks that he never really explained to Derek and his brother. He just said he found some things back there and told them both to stay out of the woods for the rest of the year. Derek never found out what his dad found. The sightings stopped after that summer, and they never talked about it as a family. It was one of those things that just kind of got swallowed up by time and silence.
Here's the part that made people in the Reddit thread lose it. About 15 years later, Derek was back visiting his parents for the holidays. He was in his mid-20s by then. He and his dad were having a beer on the back porch one night, just the two of them, and Derek brought it up out of nowhere. Half expecting his dad to wave it off the way parents do with old childhood fears. But his dad got quiet, really quiet, and then he said, and Derek swore these were his exact words, "I know it was real. I saw him too, more than once. I just didn't want you boys to be scared." Derek asked what he found in the woods that time he walked the tree line. His dad took a long sip of his beer, stared out at the dark tree line and said, "Cigarette butts. Dozens of them, right at the spot where he said he stood. Someone had been standing there. A lot." Derek said neither of them said anything for a long time after that. He still doesn't know who it was, or how many times that man stood there in the dark watching his family without any of them knowing, or what would have happened if any of them had walked into those woods at the wrong moment. The house sold years later. New family lives there now. Derek hopes they don't have a soccer ball.
This one comes from a woman named Priya who posted her story in a True Scary Stories subreddit about 2 years ago. It got tens of thousands of upvotes, and people in the comments said it was one of the most unsettling things they'd ever read. After you hear it, I think you'll understand why. Priya was a graduate student living alone in a one-bedroom apartment in a mid-sized city in the Midwest. She lived there for about a year and a half, felt completely comfortable in the space, knew all her neighbors, had never had a single issue. The building was older, one of those places with thick walls and creaky floors and radiators that hissed in the winter. She liked it. The first thing she noticed was the smell. It was subtle at first. She described it as something slightly sour, like old laundry or food that had just started to turn. She cleaned the apartment top to bottom, checked the fridge, checked the trash. Everything was fine, but the smell kept coming back, mostly near the closet in the hallway, the one she used for coats and extra storage. She kept the door shut because the space was kind of a mess and she didn't want to deal with it. Then things started going missing. Small things. A granola bar she'd left on the kitchen counter, a bottle of water from the fridge, a pair of socks. She genuinely thought she was losing her mind. She started keeping a mental note of where she put things. Still, items disappeared. Then one night, she woke up at around 2 in the morning to a sound. She described it as a very soft, very slow creak, like one floorboard shifting under a careful footstep. She lay completely still and listened. The apartment was quiet. She told herself it was the building settling the way old buildings do, and she went back to sleep. But it happened again the next night, and the night after that. She started to feel uneasy in her own home, which was a feeling she hated and fought against. She checked the locks every night, checked the windows. Everything was always secure. About 3 weeks into this, she was getting ready in the morning and she opened the hallway closet to get her coat, and something felt off immediately. She couldn't explain exactly what. It just looked different, like things had been shifted around. One of the boxes on the floor had moved a few inches. The hanging coats were pushed slightly to one side. She closed the door of the closet, grabbed her phone, and stood there trying to talk herself out of what she was thinking. She called a friend and described everything: the smell, the missing items, the sounds, the closet. Her friend said the words that Priya hadn't let herself think yet. "Priya, someone is living in your closet." She called the police. She told them she thought someone might be in her apartment. They sent 2 officers over within about 20 minutes. They searched the apartment. In the back of the hallway closet, pushed behind the coats, behind a stack of boxes, they found a space that had been hollowed out. There were coats and blankets bunched up as a sort of bedding, an empty water bottle, one of Priya's, granola bar wrappers, and a small battery-powered lantern. Someone had been living there, sleeping there, eating her food, listening to her move around the apartment every single day,
lying in that closet in the dark while she watched TV, ate dinner, got ready for bed. The person was gone. Nobody knows how they got in or how long they'd been there before Priya noticed. The landlord had no explanation. The locks had not been tampered with. Priya moved out the same week. She never went back, not even to get all her things. She had a friend pack them up for her. The police never found the person. As far as anyone knows, they're still out there somewhere, maybe looking for the next dark closet, the next unsuspecting tenant who doesn't notice the smell right away.
Story 3. We found a trail camera in the woods behind our house. This story was posted by a guy named Todd and his wife Renee. They shared it together, going back and forth in the comments to fill in details. They'd moved into a house in upstate New York about a year before this happened. They had a few acres of property, backed by a stretch of state forest. They were private people, loved the quiet, thought they'd found their dream home. One afternoon in early October, Todd was walking the back edge of their property. He did this occasionally, just a walk to clear his head, check for downed trees or anything the deer had gotten into. He was maybe 200 yards from the house when he spotted something strapped to a tree. A trail camera. Now, trail cameras aren't unusual in wooded areas. Hunters use them constantly. But Todd knew for a fact that their property extended well past where he was standing, and hunting was not allowed in their area. He thought maybe a neighbor had accidentally placed it on the wrong side of a property line or something. He walked up to it. The camera was positioned at about chest height, pointed directly toward the house. Not pointed down a game trail, not angled toward a clearing where deer might pass. Pointed at the house. You could see the back of the house clearly through the trees from that angle, the back porch, the bedroom window, the back door. Todd pulled the camera off the tree and brought it inside. He and Renee sat down to look at the footage. What they found on that SD card is what gave this story its legs on Reddit. Hundreds of images. The camera had a motion sensor, and it had been triggered hundreds of times over what looked like several weeks. Most of the images were just the backyard, the porch, the windows, daytime shots, evening shots. But there were also images of people. Them, going about their lives completely unaware. Renee hanging laundry on the back porch, Todd grilling on a Saturday afternoon. Both of them visible through the sliding glass doors eating dinner. The resolution was good enough that their faces were clearly visible. And then there were the nighttime images. Several photos taken between 2 and 4 in the morning where the backyard was dark and quiet. In most of them, nothing moved, just the still house with a few lit windows. But in 3 of the photos, there was a figure. A person standing in the backyard, close enough to the back porch railing if they reached out, just standing there in the dark, still, watching. The night vision on the camera made everything look pale and ghostly. You could see the person was wearing dark clothing. You couldn't see a face. The dates on the images confirmed that the figure had been standing in their backyard on 3 separate nights in the past month. Todd called the police immediately. Detectives came out, took the camera as evidence, canvassed the area. They found the spot where the camera had been tied to the tree and confirmed it had been deliberately placed there. The camera itself had been purchased with cash, no way to trace it. They never identified who placed it. They never identified the figure in the nighttime photos. The detective told Todd and Renee, with what Todd described as a very careful and measured voice, that whoever placed the camera had been watching the house long enough to establish their routines. What he didn't say, but what was implied, heavily, was that whoever it was had been standing 30 feet from their back door on multiple occasions, in the dark, in the middle of the night, and they had never known. Todd and Renee installed a full security system, outdoor lights, and a fence within the following month. But Renee said something in the comments that I haven't been able to shake since I read it. Someone asked her if she still felt safe in the house, and she said, "I don't think about whether I feel safe anymore. I think about how long it was happening before we found the camera, and whether there's one we haven't found."
The last story tonight comes from a woman named Becca, and she posted it in a true crime adjacent subreddit. This one isn't supernatural. There are no figures in the woods or things that go bump in the night. What makes it scary is how real it is, how close it came to going very, very wrong. Becca had a job at a mid-sized insurance company. Standard office job, cubicles and coffee machines and all that. She'd worked there for about 3 years and knew most of her colleagues pretty well. Then a new guy started. I'll call him Garrett because Becca never used his name in her post. Garrett was immediately friendly. Outgoing, charming, had a good sense of humor. He was in the IT department, so he had a legitimate reason to move around the office, work at different desks, interact with a lot of people. He and Becca became work friends fairly quickly, ate lunch together sometimes, had those easy conversations you have with people you see every day. A few months in, Garrett started getting more personal. He'd comment on what Becca was wearing, not in an overtly creepy way, more in that way where you could technically pass it off as a compliment, but something about it felt slightly off. He asked questions about her personal life, where she lived, whether she had a roommate, what gym she went to. Again, normal-seeming questions on the surface. She answered them honestly, the way you do with someone you think you know. Then one evening she was leaving the office and noticed Garrett sitting in his car in the parking lot. He was parked 2 spaces from hers, just sitting there, not on his phone, not doing anything. He waved when she walked past. She waved back and drove home, but spent the whole drive feeling weird about it without fully being able to explain why. She started noticing small things after that. Garrett seemed to know details she hadn't told him. He'd mentioned something about a restaurant in her neighborhood, not a famous one, just a local place, and she'd wonder how he knew she went there. He referenced her gym schedule once in passing. She let it go. People talk in offices. Information travels. She told herself she was being paranoid. The thing that broke it open was an accident. A colleague of Becca's, a woman in accounting named Donna, was talking to her one afternoon and mentioned that Garrett had asked Donna some questions about Becca, had asked what Becca's last name was, whether she lived alone, what her schedule was like. Donna said she'd thought it was just friendly curiosity and had answered without thinking, but something about the conversation had bothered her afterward, and she wanted to flag it for Becca. Becca went to HR that day. She laid out everything: the comments, the questions, the parking lot incident, what Donna told her. HR opened an internal investigation, and what they found knocked everyone sideways. Garrett had not been honest on his employment application. His name was real, but his references had been fabricated. The prior job he listed, a different company in a different city, had no record of him. The HR department there confirmed they'd never had an employee by that name. When confronted, he was terminated immediately. The company filed a report with the police. Here's the part that still makes Becca feel cold when she thinks about it. After the investigation opened, a detective reached out to her. He said they'd run Garrett's name and found some things. He couldn't share everything, he told her, but he strongly encouraged her to let someone know her daily routines, vary her schedule if possible, and ensure her home was properly locked. He didn't say why. He didn't use specific words, but Becca said the way he spoke to her, careful, deliberate, clearly choosing every word, told her everything she needed to know. Garrett was not just a weird coworker with boundary issues. Whatever his history was, whatever the detective found, it was bad enough that law enforcement felt she needed to take extra precautions. She said she moved apartments 2 months later, not because of anything specific that happened, just because the thought of someone knowing her address, where she lived alone, what her routine was, made staying there feel unbearable. She posted this story as a warning. Trust your instincts when something feels off, even if you can't name exactly what it is. You don't owe anyone an explanation for why you're uncomfortable. You don't have to wait for something concrete before you say something, because sometimes when you find out what was concrete, it's too late to be glad you waited. 4 stories, 4 real people who had to figure out, often long after the fact, just how close something terrible had gotten to them. The man in the tree line who left dozens of cigarette butts like a scoreboard. The person who slept in a closet while someone lived their life just a few feet away. The trail camera that proved someone had been standing outside in the dark for weeks. And the coworker who wasn't who he said he was and might have been something far worse. Sleep well tonight. If you made it to the end, thank you for watching. Drop a comment if any of these got to you. And if you have your own story, something that happened to you that you've never fully been able to explain, you know where to find me. Stay safe out there.
Hey there, and welcome to True Scary Stories. Before we dive in, don't forget to hit that like button, Subscribe to the channel and drop a comment telling us where you're from and what time you're watching. That helps YouTube know you love creepy stories, and it'll keep sending more your way.
Stories from the Appalachian Dark. Story 1. The Cabin on the Ridge. I want to be upfront about something most people don't know about me. I don't scare easy. I grew up in these mountains, McDowell County, West Virginia, the deep end of it, where the hollers narrow out and the ridge lines close in above you like the walls of a church. I've been in the woods at night more times than I can count. I've heard bobcats scream at 3 in the morning, sounding so much like a woman being murdered that it'll stop your heart mid-beat. I've come across black bears on trails where there wasn't enough room for both of us. I once found a man's boot on the side of a logging road. No foot in it, no explanation, and I just kept driving. That's the kind of place I come from. That's the kind of thing you learn to fold up and put away. But what happened to me at my grandfather's cabin in February of 2019, that's something I've never been able to fold up. It doesn't fit in a drawer. It doesn't shrink with time. If anything, it gets heavier the further I move from it, like the memory itself has weight, and it's leaning on me from behind, waiting for me to turn around and look at it again. My grandfather passed in the fall of 2018, lung cancer. He was 81 and had smoked since he was 12, so nobody was surprised, least of all him. He left the cabin to me in his will, a small 2-room place about 9 miles off the county road, up a gravel track that turned to mud every spring and ice every winter. No running water, no electricity, just a wood stove, a hand pump out back, and a propane lantern he'd used since the 70s. The place was old but solid, built by his father sometime in the late 1940s, back when people still lived that far up because they didn't have a reason not to. I hadn't been up there since I was a teenager, but after the funeral I started thinking about the cabin more and more. I was going through a rough stretch, divorced, working too much, sleeping too little. I thought a weekend alone up there might help me reset. Just me and the quiet. No phone signal, no neighbors, nothing but the trees and the wood stove and whatever I brought with me. I drove up on a Friday afternoon in mid-February. Valentine's Day fell on a Thursday that year, and I remember thinking it was fitting, spending the most romantic day of the year alone in a dead man's cabin on the side of a mountain. The road was worse than I remembered. The last mile was mostly frozen ruts and dead leaves, and by the time I got the truck parked and the cabin door open, the sun was already dropping behind the ridge. The place smelled the way old cabins do: damp wood, cold ash, something faintly sweet beneath it all, like the ghost of every meal ever cooked on that stove. I got the fire going, swept out the worst of the dust, and set up my sleeping bag on the cot in the back room. I'd brought canned soup, coffee, a bottle of bourbon, and 2 paperbacks. That was my entire plan. The first night was exactly what I needed. I sat by the stove, reading until my eyes got heavy, then crawled into the sleeping bag and listened to the fire tick and pop as it burned down. The silence up there is different from silence anywhere else. It's not empty, it's full of the small sounds that fill in when the big ones go away. The creak of the cabin settling, the wind pressing against the walls, the occasional rustle of something small moving through the leaves outside. I fell asleep before 10 o'clock and didn't wake until morning. Saturday was cold and clear. I spent the day walking the property, checking the tree line, sitting on the porch with my coffee, watching the fog burn off the valley below. I found some old tools in the shed and tightened a couple of loose boards on the porch railing. It felt good to work with my hands again. By the time the sun went down, I was tired in a clean, honest way I hadn't felt in months. I made my dinner, read another few chapters, and settled in for the night. The fire was low but steady. The wind had picked up and I could hear it moving through the bare trees outside, that dry scratching sound that branches make when there's nothing left on them. I turned down the lantern and closed my eyes. I don't know exactly what time it was when the knocking started,
My watch said a few minutes past 2 when I finally looked at it, but the knocking had already been going for what felt like a while before I was fully awake. It came in sets of 3, slow, deliberate, evenly spaced, not frantic, not urgent, patient, like whoever was out there had all the time in the world and knew I was inside. I sat up on the cot and stared at the front door. The fire had burned to embers, and the only light came from the faint orange glow leaking from the stove's vent. The cabin was nearly pitch dark. The knocking came again. 3 knocks, same pace, same weight, each one landing like a closed fist on old wood, firm enough to rattle the latch. I didn't answer. I didn't call out. Something in me, something I think I inherited from every person who ever lived in these mountains, told me not to make a sound. I just sat there in the dark, watching the door, barely breathing. The knocking stopped for maybe 30 seconds. There was nothing, just silence and the faint hiss of the dying fire. Then I heard it at the window beside my cot, no more than 2 feet from where I was sitting. 3 knocks, same rhythm, same deliberate patience, but this time on glass, which made the sound sharper, more intimate, like someone tapping on the inside of a fishbowl trying to get the attention of whatever's swimming around in there. I turned and looked. The window was a small single pane, old and cloudy, and all I could see through it was the snow and the dark shapes of the trees beyond. No figure, no face, just the empty winter night looking back at me. The knocking didn't come again. I sat there until dawn. I didn't sleep. I didn't move from the cot except once to put another log on the fire because the cold was becoming unbearable. Every small sound, every creak, every gust of wind sent a jolt through me, but nothing else happened. No more knocking, no voices, nothing. When the first gray light came through the windows, I pulled on my boots and coat and went outside. The air was bitter, maybe 15 degrees, and the snow from the previous week had crusted over with a thin layer of ice that crunched under my feet. I walked around to the side of the cabin where the window was, expecting to find nothing, expecting to tell myself I'd dreamed it. I found footprints, bare footprints, human. No shoes, no boots, just the clear impression of 2 bare feet pressed into the frozen snow, toes splayed, heels deep. They circled the cabin. Not once or twice. I counted as I followed them, my breath coming out in white clouds and my hands shaking, and not from the cold. They circled the cabin 11 times. 11 complete loops. Each loop overlapped in places where the path repeated, creating a trampled ring around the entire structure, like some kind of ritual I couldn't begin to understand. I followed the trail where it finally broke away from the cabin and headed toward the tree line. The prints moved in a straight line across the clearing, spaced evenly, unhurried. I walked alongside them for maybe 40 yards, keeping my distance the way you might walk beside the tracks of an animal you don't want to catch up to. That's when I stopped. I stood there in the snow, staring at the prints, and the realization came over me slowly, the way cold water rises around your ankles before you understand you're standing in a flood. The direction was wrong. I'd been assuming, the way anyone would, that the prints led away from the cabin and into the woods, that whoever was out there had come, circled, and left. But the prints weren't leading away. The toes were pointed towards the cabin. Every single track, every loop, every circle, whatever made them had come from the woods, walked to the cabin, and then circled it, not the other way around. The trail I was following didn't end at the tree line. It started there. And the loops weren't aimless. Each circuit was slightly tighter than the last. The first loop was maybe 20 feet from the walls, the second 18, the third 15. By the 11th, the prints were right against the foundation, close enough to touch the siding, like something tightening a noose. I followed the final set of prints, the tightest loop, around the back of the cabin, my pulse hammering so hard that I could feel it in my teeth. The trail ended at the crawlspace vent, a small rectangular opening near the base of the foundation, covered by a metal grate that was supposed to be screwed into the wood. The grate was lying on the ground. It hadn't fallen off. The screws were still in it, pulled clean from the wood from the outside. I looked at the dark opening, and I felt something I hadn't felt since I was a child. A fear so total and so absolute that it shut down every rational thought in my head. I didn't crouch down to look inside. I didn't call out. I didn't do any of the things a reasonable person might do. I turned around, walked straight to my truck, and started throwing things in the bed. I didn't pack. I didn't fold anything. I didn't even go back inside for my books. I just tossed what I could reach through the front door and left. The drive down the mountain took 20 minutes but felt like an hour. I kept checking the rearview mirror. I kept the windows up and the heat on full. And by the time I hit the paved road, I was shaking so badly I had to pull over and sit with my hands on the steering wheel until my breathing slowed. I didn't go back. Not that weekend, not the next. I called
a real estate agent in March and listed the property for well below what it was worth. I didn't care. I wanted it gone. The agent asked if there was anything she should know about the cabin, any issues, any history. I told her no. I told her it just wasn't for me anymore. It sold in April to a couple from Roanoke, a young pair looking for a weekend project, something rustic they could fix up together. I signed the papers, took the money, and told myself I was done thinking about it. Then the phone call came. It was a Sunday evening in late March of the following year, almost exactly 13 months after that night. The woman, the new owner, called me from a number I didn't recognize. She was polite, but clearly unsettled. She said they'd been doing some work on the cabin, reinforcing the floor, and when they pulled up a section of the old boards, they noticed something. The underside of the floor joists, the thick beams that held the whole cabin up, were covered in scratches. Deep ones, dozens and dozens of them scored into the wood in long, ragged lines, like something had been clawing at the underside of the floor from below. Some of the scratches, she said, were in clusters, groups of 5, spaced like fingers. She asked me if I knew anything about it, if there had been an animal problem, if maybe a raccoon or a possum had gotten into the crawl space at some point. I told her I didn't know. I told her it was probably nothing. And then I hung up and sat in my kitchen and stared at the wall until the room got dark around me. I've thought about it every day since. Not the knocking. That I can almost explain away, almost file under wind or branches or some drunk wandering through the mountains in the cold. It's the footprints that won't leave me. The tightening circles, the crawl space vent pulled open from the outside, the scratches under the floor. Because the thing I can't stop calculating, the thing that wakes me up at 3 a.m. and keeps me staring at the ceiling, is the timeline. Whatever was out there circled that cabin 11 times, barefoot in the snow. Then it pulled the grate off the crawl space and went under the cabin. And then the knocking started, which means it wasn't knocking on the door from the porch. It wasn't tapping on the window from outside. It was already beneath me. It was knocking from below. And when I lay there in the dark, holding my breath, telling myself not to make a sound, it was right there, inches beneath the floorboards, close enough to hear my heartbeat, close enough to reach up through the cracks if the wood had been just a little thinner, a little older, a little weaker. I think about those scratches on the joists. I think about those clusters of 5. I think about what kind of hands leave marks like that in solid wood. And I think about the 11 circles, each one tighter, each one closer, like whatever it was had to work up to it, like it was building its nerve. I don't go to the mountains in February anymore. I don't go to cabins.
I don't sleep on the ground floor of any building if I can help it. And some nights, when the house is quiet and the wind picks up outside, I swear I can hear it. 3 slow knocks, coming from somewhere below.
Story 2. The Woman on Route 9. I was driving home from a late shift at the mill. This was February, 3rd week maybe, around 11 at night, when I saw her standing on the shoulder of Route 9. She was maybe 60 yards ahead, caught in my headlights. A thin white nightgown, no coat, no shoes. Just standing there at the edge of the road with the frozen rain coming down in sheets, facing the tree line on the far side of the ditch. I slowed down. People don't stand on the side of Route 9 in February at 11 o'clock at night. Not like that. I pulled over about 10 yards behind her and got out. The rain hit me immediately, that fine, stinging kind that's not quite ice but isn't far off. I walked toward her, boots crunching on the gravel, my breath hanging in front of me in pale clouds that the fog absorbed immediately. I stopped about 5 feet behind her and said, "Ma'am, are you okay? Do you need me to call someone?" That's when I noticed her feet. They were bare, as I'd seen from the truck, but up close they looked wrong. The skin was dark, not dirty, not shadowed, dark in the way that skin gets when the blood beneath it has stopped moving. A deep blue-black, mottled and waxy, planted flat in a shallow puddle of ice water that had pooled in a depression on the shoulder. She'd been standing there long enough for the rain to collect around her feet, long enough for the water to partially freeze at the edges of the puddle, forming a thin crust of ice that her ankles broke through. I don't know how long a person would have to stand barefoot in freezing rain for their feet to look like that. Hours at least, maybe longer. "Ma'am," I said, more firmly this time. I reached out and touched her shoulder. She was cold. Not cold like a person who's been outside too long. Cold like the ground. Cold like the rain itself. Like there was no warmth left in her to lose. She turned slowly, not startled, not reactive, just a smooth mechanical rotation of her upper body, as if my touch had activated something. Her face was pale and drawn tight against the bone, her lips slightly parted, tinted a shade of gray I'd never seen on a living person. Her eyes were open, wide open, but they weren't looking at me. They were looking through me, fixed on some middle distance behind my head, focused on something I couldn't see and wouldn't want to. She spoke one sentence, clear and calm, with no tremor, no urgency, no emotion of any kind. Her voice sounded like it was coming from the bottom of a well. "He told me to wait here." That was it. 5 words. She said them, and then she went quiet, and her eyes drifted back toward the tree line, and she turned away from me as slowly as she'd turned toward me, and she was facing the woods again as if I'd never been there at all. I stood there in the rain, my hands still half raised from where I'd touched her shoulder, and I felt something I can only describe as a deep cellular wrongness, like every part of my body was telling me to leave. Not to help, not to call out again, not to try to bring her to the truck, just to leave, to get back in the cab and drive and not look in the mirror. But I couldn't do that. I couldn't leave a barefoot woman standing in freezing rain on a dark road in the middle of nowhere. Whatever was wrong with her, hypothermia, a mental break, drugs, I didn't know. She was going to die if someone didn't get her out of the cold. I didn't have cell signal. I hadn't had signal since I turned on to Route 9. The nearest place with a phone was the gas station at the Brenton Junction, about 4 miles east. I told her I was going to get help. She didn't respond. I said it again, louder. Nothing. She just stood there, facing the trees, the rain running off her like she was made of stone. I drove to the gas station faster than I should have on those roads. The clerk was half asleep behind the counter and looked at me like I was out of my mind when I told him I needed to use the phone. I called 911 and told the dispatcher what I'd seen. The woman,
the nightgown, the bare feet, the stretch of Route 9 about 2 miles west of the Brenton Junction. About 20 minutes later, a sheriff's deputy pulled into the lot. He was an older man, mid-50s maybe, with a weathered face and a calm that felt practiced, like he'd been to enough strange calls that nothing surprised him anymore. He asked me to describe what I'd seen. I told him everything. The nightgown, the feet, the way she stood facing the trees, the words she said. He wrote it all down in a small notebook without much reaction. Then he drove out to the spot. I followed in my truck. She was gone. We parked on the shoulder and walked the area with flashlights. There was no one there. No footprints leading away through the gravel or the mud beyond the shoulder, no blood, no fabric, no trace that anyone had been standing there at all. Except for one thing. In the shallow depression where her feet had been, planted in the frozen mud, there were 2 impressions, clear and deep, the size and shape of bare human feet. The puddle had iced over completely around them, locking the prints in place like a mold. The deputy crouched down and looked at them for a long time. Then he stood up, clicked off his flashlight, and looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. "You're not the first person to call this in," he said. I asked him what he meant. He told me that over the course of that winter, starting in late November, they'd received 3 other calls about a woman matching the exact same description, on the exact same stretch of road, a thin white nightgown, bare feet, standing on the shoulder, facing the tree line. Each caller described the same thing. She wouldn't respond, she appeared severely hypothermic, and when they went to get help and came back, she was gone. No trace. No footprints, just the impressions of her feet frozen into whatever surface she'd been standing on. I asked him if they had identified her. He shook his head. I asked him if they had any idea who she might be, a patient from a facility, a missing person, anyone. He shook his head again. Then he said something that I have turned over in my mind every night since. He said it quietly, almost like he was talking to himself, like he'd forgotten I was standing there. The first report we have on file is from February of 1987. I stared at him. He didn't elaborate. He just put his notebook in his pocket, told me to drive safe, and walked back to his cruiser. I watched his taillights disappear into the fog. And then I stood there alone on the shoulder of Route 9 in the freezing rain, looking at the 2 bare footprints frozen into the mud, and I felt the cold settle into me in a way that had nothing to do with the weather. That was 32 years before my call. 32 years of someone or something standing on that road in February, barefoot in a nightgown, facing the trees, waiting for whoever told her to wait there. And she did, for 32 years at least. I think about whether she's in pain. I think about whether she knows she's there. I think about whether she's still waiting right now, in the dark, in the fog, in the place where the road bends and the trees lean in close. Her face turned toward the woods, her lips moving around words no one will ever hear clearly. And I think about the worst possibility of all, the one that sits in my chest like a stone and won't dissolve no matter how many times I tell myself it's impossible. That whoever told her to wait there is still out in those woods, that he's been there the whole time, that she's not waiting for someone to come. She's waiting for someone to follow her in. I drive a little faster through that stretch now, and I never, ever look at the tree line.
Story 3. The Voice on Dalton Run. I've been carrying mail in Randolph County, West Virginia for 11 years. Rural route, which means I'm not walking a sidewalk in town dropping letters through slots. I'm driving a right-hand drive Jeep Cherokee along 40 miles of mountain roads, some paved, most not, delivering to mailboxes nailed to fence posts and leaning trees, and in one case bolted to the rusted frame of a tractor that hasn't moved since the Johnson administration. The route covers 3 hollers, 2 ridge lines, and a stretch of river valley that floods every spring like clockwork. I know every curve, every pothole, every dog that's going to chase the truck, and every dog that's going to let me pass. I know which houses get packages, which houses only get bills, and which houses get nothing at all for weeks at a time because the people inside have either left or stopped caring about the outside world. After 11 years, I can tell the difference between a branch falling and a deer stepping through brush at 200 yards. I can tell when a creek is running normal and when it's rising. I can tell when the silence is natural and when it's the kind of silence that means something nearby has made everything else go quiet. February is the worst month on the route. The days are short and gray, the roads are perpetually glazed with black ice, and the fog comes in off the river valley and sits in the hollers like something that's moved in and isn't planning to leave. Some mornings it's so thick that I can't see the mailbox until I'm right on top of it. The old-timers around here call February the dead month, not because of the cold, because of how still everything gets, like the mountains are holding something in their lungs and waiting to see if it's going to pass. The stretch of road where it happened is called Dalton Run, though I doubt you'd find that name on any official map. It's a 2-mile gravel road that branches off the county route and winds along the edge of a ravine before dead-ending at a hollow where about 12 families live. The ravine drops off sharp on the left side of the road, maybe 80 feet down to the creek at the bottom, steep enough that if you went off the edge, you'd roll before you'd slide. The right side is a wall of hillside thick with rhododendron and hemlock, the kind of growth that stays green even in February and makes the road feel like a tunnel. It was a Tuesday morning, somewhere around 9:30. The fog on Dalton Run was the worst I'd seen it all winter. Solid, dense, a wall of white-gray that started about 4 feet off the ground and went straight up as far as I could tell. My headlights just reflected back at me, so I turned them off and relied on the fog lights, which cast a low yellow glow across the gravel about 10 feet ahead of the bumper. Beyond that, the world simply stopped existing. I was about halfway through the run, maybe a quarter mile past the Hadley mailbox, when I heard the voice. It came from below the road, down in the ravine, somewhere in the fog below the drop-off. A child's voice, young, maybe 8 or 9, the kind of voice that hasn't settled yet, still high and clear, and it was calling for help. "Please, I'm down here. Please help me." I took my foot off the gas and let the truck roll to a stop. I sat there with the engine idling, both hands on the wheel, listening. The fog pressed against the windows like something alive. The voice came again, fainter this time. "Please, I'm down here. Please help me." Same words, same inflection, same cadence, every syllable identical to the first time, like a sentence being read from a card. I put the truck in park and got out. I walked to the left edge of the road where the gravel gave way before the ground dropped away into the ravine. I couldn't see the bottom, just the fog, thick and still, filling the ravine like water fills a bowl. "Hello?" I called out. "Where are you? Can you hear me?" Silence. 5 seconds. 10. Then the voice rising up from the fog below the drop-off. "Please, I'm down here. Please help me." My heart was going. A child in that ravine, in this cold, in this fog, they'd be hypothermic in an hour if they weren't already. I took my foot off the road, putting my right foot on the slope. The ground was slick with frost and dead leaves, and I immediately felt my boots start to slide. I grabbed a rhododendron branch to steady myself and leaned forward, peering down into the white. Nothing. "I'm coming," I called. "Keep talking so I can find you. Tell me where you are." Nothing. The fog absorbed my voice the way water absorbs a stone. I was about to call out again when I heard it, the voice behind me, up on the road, near my truck. "Please, I'm down here. Please help me." The exact same voice, the exact same words, the exact same cadence, the exact same pitch. Not an echo, no delay, no distortion, no spatial quality that would suggest the sound had bounced off something and come back. It was the same sentence played from a different location, like someone had picked up a speaker and moved it, like someone had pressed play from 20 feet behind me, up on the gravel, right next to the driver's side door of my Jeep. I turned around slowly. The fog on the road was so thick that I could barely make out the shape of my truck. There was no child on the road.
There was nothing on the road, but the voice was there, right there, close enough that if I'd been standing next to the truck instead of on the slope, I could have reached out and touched whoever was speaking. I don't remember making a decision. My body made it for me, the same way your hand pulls back from a hot surface before your brain registers the heat. I was off the slope and back on the road in 2 steps, in the truck in 3, and had it in drive before I had even pulled the door all the way shut. I drove the rest of Dalton Run without stopping, delivering the remaining mailboxes by barely slowing down and shoving the mail in with one hand while the other kept the wheel steady. My hands were shaking so badly that I dropped 2 packages in the mud and didn't go back for them. The last house on the run was a woman named Edith Combs. She was in her 70s, lived alone, and had one of those mailboxes at the end of a long dirt driveway. But that morning, I needed a phone. Cell signal was non-existent on Dalton Run, and I needed to call the sheriff's office because despite what I'd heard, despite the wrongness of it, there was still a possibility that a real child was down in that ravine. Edith was on her porch when I pulled up. She was wrapped in a heavy coat with a wool scarf pulled up to her chin, sitting in a metal rocking chair with a mug of something steaming in her hands, and she was watching me in a way that made me feel like she'd been expecting me. I told her what I'd heard. I asked to use her phone. She listened without interrupting. When she finished, she didn't say anything for a long moment. Then she set her mug down on the porch railing and said very calmly, "You didn't go down the slope, did you?"
I told her I'd taken 1 step down, but came back when I heard the voice behind me. She nodded slowly, and something in her face loosened. Not quite relief, but close to it. The way you look when someone tells you they almost stepped on a snake, but saw it in time. She let me use her phone. I called the sheriff's office. They said they'd send someone. When I came back out to the porch, Edith was standing at the railing, looking down the road toward the stretch where I'd stopped, even though it was invisible in the fog. "They won't find anything," she said. She said it with certainty, the way you'd say the sun won't rise in the west. Then she told me. People had been hearing that voice on Dalton Run for as long as she could remember, always in February, always during the fog, always in the same stretch of road above the deepest part of the ravine. Her grandmother had heard it in the early 1960s, walking the road on foot before it was even graveled. A child's voice calling from below, asking for help. Her grandmother had started down the slope before her husband grabbed her arm and pulled her back. He'd heard it shift. The same voice, appearing suddenly from a different direction. Too quickly, too cleanly, as if the sound itself had moved rather than its source. Edith said the old people on Dalton Run had a word for it. They called it a lure. Not a ghost, not a spirit, not a demon. They were specific about that distinction. A lure. Something that mimicked a sound designed to draw a person off the road and down into the ravine. Something that used a child's voice because a child's voice is the one thing almost any person will respond to without thinking. The one sound that bypasses every rational calculation and goes straight to the part of your brain that says move, help, now. I asked her what happened to people who followed it down. She looked at me for a long time, the fog moving behind her like a living curtain, and said, "They don't come back up." She said it simply, without drama. Over the decades, people had gone into that ravine and not returned. The searches would find nothing, no body, no clothing, no sign that anyone had been there. The ravine wasn't that deep. The creek at the bottom wasn't that fast. There was nowhere a person could go that dogs couldn't follow. But the dogs would lose the trail at the edge of the road every time. The scent would just end, as if the person had evaporated at the point where the gravel met the slope. She said her grandmother's theory was that the lure wasn't coming from the ravine at all. It was coming from something in the fog itself. Something that used the ravine the way a fisherman uses water, as a place where the thing you're catching is already out of its element, already disoriented, already unable to get back to solid ground once it realizes something is wrong. The fog was the medium, the voice was the bait, and the ravine was just the place where the line went tight. The sheriff's deputy called me back that afternoon. They'd searched the ravine for 2 hours. No child, no tracks, no sign of anyone. He asked if I was sure about what I'd heard. I told him I was. He made a note and closed the report. I still drive Dalton Run every day. I keep the windows up, I keep the radio louder than I'd normally want it, and when the fog comes in thick and the ravine disappears into white silence on my left, I do not slow down. Edith Combs passed away last November. Heart failure, peaceful in her sleep. In all that time, she only mentioned the voice to me twice, that first morning, and once more the following February, when she stopped me at her mailbox and asked quietly if I'd heard it again. I told her I had. She nodded and said, "Don't ever answer it with your name. Whatever you do, don't let it know your name." I didn't ask why. Some things you don't need explained. Some instructions make more sense the less you understand them. February is here again. The fog is back. And yesterday morning on Dalton Run, about halfway through the stretch above the ravine, I heard the voice. Same words, same child, same desperate plea rising out of the white nothing below the road. But this time, there was a difference. A small one that made me grip the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. This time, the voice used my name.
Story 4. The Walk from Harold's House. I've lived on Sutter Mill Road for 14 years. It's a dead-end gravel road about 6 miles outside of Floyd, Virginia, at the base of a mountain that doesn't have a name anyone agrees on. The locals call it Bald Ridge because of the treeless summit, but it's not on any map that way. The road runs about a mile from the paved county route to a turnaround at the end where the gravel gives way to a logging track that hasn't been maintained since the 80s. There are 3 properties on the road. Mine is the first, about a quarter mile in. Edmund Pruitt was the second, another quarter mile past mine. The third belongs to a family named Overstreet, who use their place as a seasonal cabin and haven't been up since October. For most of the year, it was just me and Edmund, and that suited us both fine. I moved out here after my wife passed. Cancer, long process, short ending. When it was over, I didn't want to be around people anymore. Not out of bitterness or despair. I just needed a different kind of quiet than what the world was offering. The house on Sutter Mill Road was cheap, solid, and far enough from everything that I could go 3 or 4 days without hearing another human voice. The mountain at my back, the woods on all sides, the road that went nowhere and connected to nothing. Exactly what I needed. Edmund was already there when I arrived. He'd been on that road longer than anyone, 30 years at least, probably more. He lived in a small frame house with a tin roof and a covered porch that ran the full width of the front. The property was neat but not fussy. He kept the grass cut, the firewood stacked, the gutters clear. He had a vegetable garden in the summer that produced more than one man could eat, and he'd leave bags of tomatoes and squash on my mailbox post without a note, just the vegetables in a brown paper sack and the understanding that I'd know who they came from. Edmund was not a talker. In 14 years, I doubt we exchanged more than a few hundred sentences total. He'd wave when we passed on the road. He'd nod if we happened to be checking our mailboxes at the same time. Once or twice a year, he'd stop by with something practical, a tool he thought I might need, a heads up about a tree that looked ready to come down across the road. He never came inside my house, and I never went inside his. We had an understanding built on proximity and respect rather than friendship, and it worked. In a place this remote, that's often the best kind of neighbor you can have, someone who's there but doesn't need you to know it. Edmund died on December 19th. Heart attack. His daughter Nora found him 2 days later when he didn't answer the phone. She had driven up from Roanoke to check on him, found him on the kitchen floor. The paramedics said it was quick, which is the thing people always say whether it's true or not because the alternative is too heavy to hand to a grieving daughter. I went to the funeral. Small service at a church in Floyd, maybe 20 people, most of them Edmund's age or older. Nora spoke briefly. The pastor read from Ecclesiastes. I shook Nora's hand, told her I was sorry, and drove home. That night the road felt different. Not quiet. The quiet was the same, but the quality of it had changed. It was the difference between being alone by choice and being alone because there's no one left. Edmund's house was dark. His porch light, which had run on a timer and clicked on every evening at 5 o'clock for as long as I'd known him, stayed off. The house sat in the dark like a held breath. January passed. I didn't think about Edmund more than normal. Grief has its own schedule, and mine had been calibrated years ago when Ellen died. I knew how to carry the weight of someone's absence without letting it pull me under.
February 3rd was a Monday. I'd been into town for groceries and was driving back up Suttermill Road around 5 in the evening. The sun was already behind the ridge, and the light had that thin gray quality it gets in winter when the day doesn't really end so much as slowly give up. I was passing Edmund's property when I saw him. He was standing at the end of his driveway next to his mailbox, the same spot where I'd seen him 100 times over the years, standing in that patient, unhurried way of his, like a man who had nowhere to be and was comfortable with that fact. He was wearing the flannel shirt, the heavy red and black plaid that he wore from October through March, so faded and softened with washing that it looked like it was part of him rather than something he put on. His hands were at his sides, his posture was straight. He was facing down the road toward my house, as if he'd been watching for my truck. I took my foot off the gas. The truck slowed to a crawl and then stopped, maybe 40 yards from where he stood. He didn't wave. Edmund always waved. In 14 years, he had never once failed to raise his hand when he saw me on the road. But he stood there, still. His face turned toward me, too far away to read in the failing light, and he didn't move at all. I stared for maybe 30 seconds. Then he turned. Not quickly, not suddenly, with a slow, stiff rotation of his whole body, as if his joints were reluctant, and walked around the side of his house, not toward the front door, not up the porch steps, around the corner of the building and out of sight, moving with a gait that was close to Edmund's, but not quite right, a little too measured, a little too even. I sat in the truck for a long time after he disappeared. I told myself what any rational person would tell themselves. It was someone else, a relative, people who looked like Edmund because they shared his blood. I drove home. I didn't sleep well. The next evening, I was on my porch around the same time, sitting with a cup of coffee as the light went down. I looked up the road toward Edmund's place, and there he was. Same spot, same shirt, same posture, standing by his mailbox, facing my direction, but closer, not at his mailbox this time, further down his driveway, maybe 20 yards closer to my property than he'd been the night before, as if he'd taken a few steps toward my house and stopped. I stood. I walked to the edge of my porch and looked at him. The distance was maybe 150 yards and the light was almost gone, but I could see him clearly enough to confirm what I already knew. It was Edmund, not someone who looked like Edmund, the man I'd watched for 14 years, the man I'd seen lowered into the ground 6 weeks ago, standing on his property in a dead man's shirt, looking at my house. He stood there for about a minute, then he turned with that same stiff rotation and walked behind his house again. Gone. I called Nora. I kept it simple, told her I'd noticed someone on the property, asked if she'd sent anyone up to check on things. She said no. She said the house was locked, the power was off, and no one had been there since she'd come up in early January to collect a few personal items. She asked if I thought someone had broken in. I told her I didn't know, but I'd keep an eye on it.
The next morning, I walked up the road to Edmund's house. It was locked, as Nora had said. I walked the perimeter of the building. The ground was hard with frost, but in a few sheltered spots near the foundation, the earth was soft enough to hold an impression. I found boot prints, one set. They ran along the side of the house from the front yard to the back, the same path the figure had taken when it walked out of sight. The prints were consistent in size and depth. A man's boot, maybe size 10, the same size Edmund wore. They went around the back of the house and continued across the backyard toward the tree line. At the edge of the woods they stopped, not gradually, not trailing off into leaves and undergrowth. They just stopped. The last print was crisp and full, both heel and toe clearly defined, and beyond it there was nothing, as if the person who made them had simply stepped out of existence at the tree line. I bought a trail camera that afternoon, motion-activated, night vision, timestamp accurate to the second. I mounted it on a fence post at the edge of my property, aimed up the road toward Edmund's driveway. That evening, I watched from my porch until full dark, straining my eyes against the black. I didn't see him, but in the morning when I walked out to my truck, I found the boot prints. They were in the frost on my driveway, a single set,
coming from the direction of Edmund's house, walking in a straight line down the center of the gravel, each print pressed cleanly into the thin white layer of ice crystals that coated the stones. They came all the way down the driveway, past my truck, up to my front porch, and stopped at my front door. The last print was on the top step, maybe 6 inches from the threshold, angled slightly inward, as if the person who made it had been standing there, facing the door, facing the place where I'd been sleeping on the other side of a 2-inch slab of wood. I checked the trail camera. Motion-activated, infrared, clear field of view covering the entire road between my property and Edmund's. It had captured nothing, not a single frame, no figure on the road, no movement of any kind, no trigger event between sundown and sunrise. Whatever had walked down my driveway and stood at my front door had done so without tripping a motion sensor that could detect a rabbit at 50 yards. The boot prints continued every morning for the rest of February. Every single day, I'd wake up, open my front door, and there they'd be, a single set of tracks in the frost, coming from the direction of Edmund's place, walking straight and steady and unhesitating down my driveway to my front door. Some mornings the frost was light and the prints were faint. Some mornings, after a hard freeze, they were pressed deep and sharp, every tread mark visible, as if the person who made them had weight and substance and mass. They were always the same size, always the same boot, always stopping at the same spot. I never saw the figure at the mailbox again. Whatever I'd seen those 2 evenings in early February didn't repeat itself, at least not in a way my eyes could confirm. But every morning told me that something was still making the walk. Something was coming down that road in the dark, crossing the distance between Edmund's property and mine, and stopping at my door. Standing there. For how long, I don't know. Doing what, I can't say. On the last day of February, I did something I hadn't done in the weeks since this started. I opened my front door at night. It was around 2 in the morning. I'd been lying in bed, listening to the silence of Sutter Mill Road, and I felt something shift in it. Not a sound, a pressure. The feeling of someone standing on the other side of a door, that subtle displacement of air and attention you can sense even through solid wood if you're tuned to it. I got up, I walked to the front door, I put my hand on the knob and stood there for a long time, feeling the cold metal under my palm. And behind the cold, through the door, something else, a warmth, faint, localized, emanating from the other side of the door at about chest height, as if someone were standing there, close enough to touch, breathing warm air against the wood. I turned the knob and opened the door. The porch was empty. The road was dark. The mountain loomed against the sky, blacker than the black around it. The air was still and freezing. But on the top step, 6 inches from the threshold, there was a boot print in the frost, a single, fresh print, the ice crystals around it still settling, the edges still sharp. It had been made moments ago, seconds maybe. Whatever had been standing there had been there when I turned the knob, had been there when I felt the warmth through the door, and gone in the time it took me to pull the door open, gone without a sound, without a footstep, without disturbing the air. March came. The frost stopped, and with it the prints. I told myself it was over. Whatever February had brought, March had taken it away. But I know it's not over. I know it the way I know the mountain is there even when the clouds hide it. Because the thing about February is that it comes back. It always comes back. And Edmund's house is still up that road, dark and locked and holding whatever it holds. And the distance between his door and mine is still a 1/4 mile. A 1/4 mile is nothing to a man who has nowhere else to go and all night to walk it. I check the frost every morning now. Even in the months when there is no frost, I open my front door and I look down at the top step and I wait for the day when I see the print again. The single, fresh, impossibly present print of a dead man's boot 6 inches from where I sleep. And some nights, when the silence on Sutter Mill Road shifts in that particular way, when it goes from empty to occupied, from quiet to watched. I stand at my front door with my hand on the knob, and I feel the warmth on the other side. And I wonder what would happen if I opened it faster, if I caught him there, if I looked into the face of whatever is wearing Edmund's shirt and standing in Edmund's boots and making Edmund's walk down a road that Edmund will never walk again. I wonder if it would wave.
Story 5. What pressed its hands against the ice? People who didn't live through the ice storm of February 2023 don't understand what it was like. They hear ice storm and they think of slick roads and canceled school and maybe a day without power. They don't understand the scale of it. They don't understand what it means when the entire infrastructure of a rural county, every power line, every road, every connection to the outside world goes down at once and stays down for days. We live in Greenbrier County, West Virginia. My wife, Renata, and I bought our place about 7 years ago, a 2-story farmhouse on 12 acres at the end of a road that branches off a road that branches off a county route. Our nearest neighbor is a half-mile away. In winter, when the leaves are down and the mountain behind our property stands bare and gray against the sky, you can see just how much nothing surrounds us. It's beautiful in the way that lonely things are beautiful. Renata and I chose it for that reason. We got what we wanted. What we didn't account for was what that space and silence become when the world around you shuts off and there's nothing left but the dark and the cold and whatever is in it. The storm started on a Thursday. The freezing rain began around noon and didn't stop. It fell with a steady, relentless patience, coating everything it touched in a layer of ice that thickened by the hour. By evening, the trees were glazed from root to crown, their branches bending under the weight, the whole forest making a sound like a chandelier being slowly crushed. The power went out at 8:47 p.m. We were as prepared as we could be. We had the wood stove, a decent supply of firewood, canned food, water, flashlights, batteries. We had our 2 dogs, Boone and Clementine, a German Shepherd and a Hound mix, both big enough to generate their own heat and loyal enough to stay close when things got bad. We settled in for the night and told ourselves it would be a day, maybe 2. It wasn't. Friday came and the rain continued. Saturday the same. The temperature dropped. The ice on the trees reached a thickness I'd never seen before. 1/2 inch, maybe more, encasing every branch, every twig in a shell of clear, hard ice that caught the gray daylight and threw it back in dull flashes. Trees started falling. Not 1 or 2, dozens. The sound was constant, a percussion of cracks and crashes rolling through the forest from every direction, near and far, all day and all night. By the 3rd day, Sunday, we were running low on firewood. Renata suggested the furniture. We had an old bookcase in the spare room made of cheap pine and a set of wooden chairs we'd been meaning to replace. I broke them apart with a hatchet and fed them to the stove piece by piece. It felt wrong, burning our own belongings, but the house was dropping below 50 degrees in the rooms away from the stove, and the dogs were pressed against us with a desperation that went beyond affection. They were cold. We were all cold. Sunday night is when the tapping started. Renata and I were sitting on the couch in the living room, which we'd turned into our survival camp. The stove was there, the blankets were there, the dogs were there. The candles threw a soft, unsteady light. The ice was still falling outside, ticking against the roof and the windows with a sound like tiny fingers drumming. But underneath that constant ambient patter, there was something else. 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps, a pause. I heard it first on the front window, the big double pane in the living room. It was louder than the ice, more deliberate, more rhythmic, not the random scatter of freezing rain hitting glass. A pattern, a sequence, 3 evenly spaced taps, each one firm and distinct, followed by a pause of about 2 seconds, then 3 more. It sounded like knuckles on glass, like someone standing outside the window, raising their hand and knocking. I looked at Renata. She'd heard it too. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the window.
The curtains were drawn. We'd closed them all to keep in whatever heat we could, so there was nothing to see except the fabric, and beyond it, the faint glow of ice catching the candlelight. "Wind," I said. "Ice on a branch." But the nearest tree to that window was 30 feet away. I'd cut back the old maple 2 summers ago, specifically to keep branches away from the house. There was nothing close enough to reach the glass, nothing that could tap with that kind of regularity and force. The tapping stopped at the front window. For maybe 10 seconds, the house was quiet, except for the stove and the ambient rain. Then it started again, this time at the kitchen window on the opposite side of the house. Same pattern, 3 taps, pause, 3 taps, pause, as if whatever was doing it had moved from one side of the house to the other in the time it takes to draw a breath. Renata stood up. "I'm going to look." "Don't," I said. I said it quickly, without thinking, with a certainty that came from somewhere below my rational mind, not from logic, from instinct. Renata sat back down. She didn't argue. I think she felt it too. The tapping continued. It moved to the bedroom window, then to the bathroom, then the small window in the spare room. It was circling the house clockwise, moving around the perimeter in a steady, deliberate orbit, pausing at each window long enough to deliver its sequence before moving to the next. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps, pause. The circuit took about 2 minutes. When it completed, it started again, and again, and again. The dogs knew. Boone and Clementine had moved to the center of the room, as far from the walls as they could get. They were pressed together, Clementine's head tucked under Boone's chin, both of them trembling with a fine, continuous vibration that I could feel through the cushions. Their eyes were open and moving, tracking something, following a path around the room that matched the progression of the tapping, window by window. They were silent. They shook and they watched, and they didn't make a sound. That went on for hours. The tapping circled and circled, patient and mechanical, until the pattern became a kind of terrible metronome I could feel in my teeth. Renata and I sat on the couch with the dogs between us, wrapped in blankets, not talking, barely moving. At some point, I don't know when, the hours blurred together. I realized that the freezing rain had stopped. The ice had stopped ticking on the roof. The only sound from outside was the tapping. 3 and 3 and 3, moving in its circle, and nothing else. The world beyond our walls had gone absolutely silent, as if everything out there, the wind, the rain, the forest, the night itself, had pulled back to make room for whatever was walking around our house. Eventually, I slept. I don't know how. Exhaustion, maybe, the body's refusal to sustain that level of adrenaline indefinitely. I woke up on the couch with Renata asleep beside my shoulder and the dog still between us, still trembling, and gray light coming through the curtains. Monday morning, the tapping had stopped. Monday was quiet. I went outside for firewood and checked the perimeter of the house. The ice was thick on everything, the porch, the steps, the railing, the ground. I looked at the windows, expecting to find marks or scratches. The ice on the glass was smooth and unbroken. Whatever had been tapping hadn't left a trace. Monday night was the 4th night. The tapping didn't come back. I waited for it, my ears tuned to the frequency of 3 and 3, but the windows stayed quiet. Then I heard the breathing. It came from the back door, the door that opened onto the porch behind the kitchen, the one I'd been using to access the woodpile. It was a solid door, wood with a glass upper panel, and at the bottom there was a gap, maybe an half-inch of space between the door and the threshold where the weather stripping had worn away. I'd been meaning to replace it for 2 years. The breathing came through that gap, deep, slow, wet. Each inhale was a long, shuddering draw, the sound of air being pulled through something moist and thick. Each exhale was a low, heavy push, warm enough that I could feel it, or imagined I could, as a faint change in the air temperature near the floor. Whatever was breathing was pressed against the door, close, intimate. Its mouth, if it had one, and the sound certainly suggested something that did, was right against the gap, directing its breath into the house with a precision that felt intentional. Renata was awake. She was gripping my arm hard enough to leave marks I'd find the next morning. The dogs were rigid, their eyes locked on the back door, their bodies so tense I could feel the vibration of their muscles through the cushions. Their lips were pulled back from their teeth, but they weren't growling. Whatever hierarchy of threat existed in their animal mind, whatever was behind that door occupied a level above anything they were willing to challenge. The breathing continued for maybe 20 minutes, slow, patient, unbroken. It didn't speed up or slow down. It didn't change in volume or intensity. It was the breathing of something that arrived at a destination and was content to be there.
I got my shotgun, a 12-gauge pump I kept in the hall closet loaded with buckshot. I picked it up and walked to the back door and racked a shell into the chamber, the hard metallic clack that every living thing on Earth recognizes as a threat. The breathing didn't change. I unlocked the deadbolt. I turned the knob. I pulled the door open. The porch was empty. The backyard was empty. The tree line 50 yards away was a wall of ice-coated trunks standing motionless in the dark. The air was still and cold, so cold it burned my throat on the first breath. There was nothing behind the door, nothing standing on the porch, nothing retreating across the yard. Just the ice and the dark and a silence so complete it felt like pressure. I looked down. The porch was covered in handprints, dozens of them, pressed into the thin layer of ice that coated the wood. Each one a clear, detailed impression, palm, fingers, the texture of skin frozen into the frozen surface. They were everywhere, on the floor of the porch, on the railing, on the posts, on the siding next to the door. Some overlapped, some were isolated. They covered every surface within reach of something standing on the porch, as if whatever had been there had pressed its hands against everything it could touch. They were too large. Each print was at least a foot across from the base of the palm to the tip of the longest finger. The fingers themselves were wrong. Too long, too thin, with an extra joint or a curve that didn't match any hand I'd ever seen. They looked like the hands of something that was almost human, but had been stretched, elongated, reshaped by a process that had no interest in proportion. I stood on that porch for a long time, looking at the prints, feeling the cold crawl into me through my boots and my clothes and my skin. Then I went back inside and locked the door and sat down on the couch next to my wife and didn't say a word. The power came back on Tuesday afternoon. The ice began to melt on Wednesday. By Thursday, the handprints on the porch were gone, dissolved back into water, running off the wood in thin rivulets that carried no memory of what had made them. The roads cleared. The world reassembled itself around us, filling in the gaps that the storm had torn open. And within a week, everything looked the way it had before. Normal, functioning, explained. Renata and I didn't talk about it. Not immediately. The days after the storm were consumed by practical concerns. We moved through the recovery the way people move through the aftermath of any crisis, focused, efficient, unwilling to look back until the forward motion stops. It was almost 2 weeks later when Renata told me. We were in bed, lights off, the house warm and humming with electricity, the dogs asleep at our feet. She said it quietly, the way you say things you've been holding in your chest and can't carry anymore. She said that on the third night, Sunday, the night the tapping circled the house, she had looked. When I told her not to, when I'd said it with that instinctive certainty, she'd nodded and sat back down. But later, when I'd fallen asleep on the couch, she'd gotten up. She'd gone to the kitchen window and pulled back the curtain an inch and looked out. She said she saw a face pressed against the glass from the outside, close, inches away, pressed flat against the window the way a child presses their face to a store window, forehead and nose and cheeks distorted by the pressure. The face was smiling, a wide-open smile that showed too many teeth, that stretched the lips beyond where lips should stretch, that turned the expression from something joyful into something anatomically wrong. The face was pressed so hard against the glass that the ice on the outside had cracked around the point of contact, spiderwebbing out from the nose and forehead in thin fracture lines. And the face, she said, looked like me. Not exactly like me, not a mirror image, but close enough that the resemblance was unmistakable, and close enough that the differences were worse than if it had looked nothing like me at all. My features, my bone structure, my proportions, but stretched slightly, adjusted slightly, as if something had studied my face and rebuilt it from memory without quite understanding how the pieces fit together.
The eyes were mine, but set too wide. The jaw was mine, but too long. The smile was something I'd never made and never would. She said it looked at her through the glass for 3 or 4 seconds, that it pulled back from the window and was gone. She heard the tapping resume at the next window, continuing its circuit, and she went back to the couch and sat down next to me and didn't say anything. Until 2 weeks later, in our bed, in the dark, and the house was quiet and warm, and the dog slept, and the world outside was normal. And I thought about a face that looked like mine pressed against our window in an ice storm, smiling a smile I'd never smiled, circling our house with a patience that suggested it had done this before and would do it again. February is coming back. The long-range forecasts are already talking about a cold stretch at the end of the month. Possible ice. Renata hasn't mentioned it. I haven't mentioned it, but I've noticed things. I've noticed that she started pulling the curtains earlier in the evening. I've noticed she's bought heavier curtains for the kitchen, the kind you can't see through even when you hold a light behind them. I've noticed she's not gone near the back door after dark anymore. And I've noticed one more thing. The wood stove doesn't hold heat the way it used to. Or maybe the house doesn't hold heat the way it used to. Because on cold nights, even with the stove burning strong and the house sealed tight, there's a draft, a faint, persistent cold that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere, as if the walls themselves are breathing in the winter air through gaps too small to see. And sometimes when I put my hand against the back door, against the gap at the bottom where the weather stripping is still worn, I feel something coming through from the other side. Not wind, not cold. Warmth. A faint, rhythmic warmth that pulses against my fingers like breath. I still haven't replaced that weather stripping. I don't know why. Maybe because replacing it would mean admitting that something was breathing through it, or maybe because part of me is afraid that sealing the gap won't stop it breathing. It'll just make it find another way in. Or maybe because in the quietest, darkest part of my mind, in the place where the thoughts live that I'll never say out loud, I want to know what's on the other side. I want to understand what wears my face and circles my house and presses its 2 large hands into the ice on my porch. I want to know what it's smiling about. I just don't want to open the door to find out.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. If you're new here, don't forget to subscribe because today we're diving deep into some of the most disturbing stories that come from the hidden corners of Appalachia. These aren't tales from some distant horror movie. These are real accounts from people who lived through them. Stories shared on Reddit by folks trying to make sense of what they experienced in those dark, winding mountains. Appalachia has always held secrets. The thick forests, the isolated communities, the long history of people disappearing into those hills and never being seen again. Today, we're looking at 9 of the most unsettling stories that have emerged from that region. Stories about things that shouldn't exist, about people who might not be entirely human, about places that seem to exist outside of normal reality. So dim your lights, lock your doors, and settle in, because once we head down into these mountains, we might not come back the same. Let's begin. Story 1. The Hikers on the Ridge. Back in 2019, a man named Derek and his friend Marcus decided to do something they'd done dozens of times before. They were going hiking in the Blue Ridge Mountains near the Kentucky-Tennessee border. Both guys were experienced. They knew the trails, they had proper gear, and they'd planned a simple overnight camping trip. Nothing extreme, just 2 friends wanting to clear their heads. They started early on a Friday morning, and everything went exactly as planned for the first 6 hours. They hiked about 12 miles into the wilderness, found a clearing near an old creek bed, and set up camp as the sun started getting low. Marcus cooked some beans and rice on their camp stove while Derek collected firewood. It was peaceful, the kind of peace you could only find that far away from civilization. But then, around 8 p.m., they noticed something odd. There were sounds coming from the ridgeline about a quarter mile away. Animal sounds, maybe, but wrong somehow. Derek described them later as between a howl and a cry, like something that had the voice box of a dog but the desperation of a human.
The sound would go on for maybe 10 seconds, then stop for a minute, then start again. Marcus wanted to leave immediately. Something about those sounds made his skin crawl, but Derek thought they were being paranoid. "It's probably just coyotes," he said, "or maybe a bobcat." But his voice didn't sound convinced, even to himself. They tried to sleep, but neither of them could. The sounds kept happening all night. Sometimes they were further away. Sometimes they seemed to be getting closer. Around 3 in the morning, Derek finally drifted off, but Marcus stayed awake staring at the darkness beyond their tent. That's when Marcus saw something that he still won't fully describe. He said there were shapes moving along the ridgeline, not walking like animals, not moving like anything natural. They seemed to glide. They had limbs that bent wrong, too many joints, too fluid. He kept his eyes on them for maybe 30 seconds before he buried his face in his sleeping bag and refused to look back out. When Derek woke up, it was already light. Marcus was pale, shaking, and insisted they pack up immediately. Derek wanted to ask questions, but the look on Marcus's face told him not to bother. They broke camp in record time and started hiking back down the trail. But here's where it gets worse. They both swear that the trail back looked different. Not completely different. The landmarks were still there. The creek crossings were the same, but the trees seemed arranged differently. The distances seemed wrong. What should have been a 4-hour hike back down took them almost 7 hours. They'd end up at spots they recognized, but the path to get there seemed to double back on itself in ways that shouldn't be possible in a straight downward hike. Eventually, Derek realized something that terrified him even more. When he looked at his watch, it said 3:47 p.m., but when he looked at it again just seconds later, it said 3:47 p.m. again. He checked 3 more times over the next minute. The second hand was moving. Everything seemed normal. But when he finally glanced away and looked back, suddenly it was 5:22 p.m. They finally made it back to the parking lot around 6 p.m., completely disoriented and exhausted. Marcus hasn't hiked since. Derek tried to go back about 2 months later with a group of friends to figure out what happened. He said the trail doesn't look the same anymore. The landmarks that should be there are just gone. And neither of them ever heard that sound again. But sometimes, on certain nights, Marcus says he still hears it in his dreams. And he says it sounds like it's getting closer.
There's a reason people don't build houses at the end of certain hollows in Appalachia. An old woman named Edna learned that lesson the hard way. She inherited a piece of property from her uncle in eastern Kentucky. It was isolated, about 4 miles off the main road, down a private lane that wound through thick forest. The house itself was old but structurally sound. Built in 1967, it had 3 bedrooms, a front porch, and a red metal roof. Edna decided to move there after her husband passed away. She wanted quiet. She wanted to be alone. She thought the isolation would be peaceful. The first week was fine. Just the usual sounds of an old house settling, the wind through the trees, the occasional animal moving through the forest at night. But starting the second week, Edna began hearing footsteps on her porch. Not once, every single night. The sound of slow, deliberate footsteps walking back and forth across her front porch. She'd turn on the porch light, run outside, and there'd be nothing there. No tracks in the soft dirt, no evidence that anything had been there at all. She called the sheriff's office. They sent a deputy out, and of course he found nothing. He suggested it might be deer, maybe a bear. But Edna had lived in Kentucky her whole life. She knew what deer and bears sounded like. These footsteps were different. They were too methodical, too deliberate, and they always stopped right in front of her front door. After about 2 weeks of this, Edna did something she shouldn't have done. One night when she heard the footsteps approaching, she opened the front door. The porch was empty, but the air felt wrong, cold even though it was late August, and there was a smell like wet earth and something organic, something that had been dead for a long time.
She opened her mouth to yell at whatever was there, to demand it leave her alone, but before she could make a sound, she heard a voice, quiet, almost whispering, a man's voice, but it sounded like it was coming from the forest itself, from everywhere at once. She couldn't make out the words, but she heard her name. "Edna," the voice said. "Edna, let me in." She slammed the door and locked it. She didn't sleep that night. Hell, she barely slept for a week. The footsteps stopped coming to the porch after that, but things got worse instead of better. Edna started finding things, small things at first. A coffee cup she didn't own sitting in her kitchen sink, a jacket draped over her bedroom chair, a man's jacket, muddy, smelling like that same dead earth smell. Items that she knew for certain hadn't been there before. Items that someone would have had to come inside her locked house to leave. She started sleeping with every light in the house on. She called her daughter, who convinced her to come stay with her in Louisville for a while. Edna spent 2 weeks away. When she came back, she found her back door open. Nothing was stolen. The house was exactly as she'd left it, but there were muddy footprints all through the kitchen and up the stairs. Here's the thing that made her decision to leave permanent. When she looked more carefully at those footprints, she realized something that made her blood go cold. They were small, child-sized, dozens of them, all sizes, all crisscrossing through her home like children had been running through her home while she was gone. But they were all made of the same dark mud, all following similar patterns, all converging in the basement. Edna packed her car that night and left. She never went back. She sold the property to a developer about a year later at a loss. The developer never built anything on it. The property is just empty now. The house still stands, slowly rotting. And sometimes people who drive past late at night say they see lights on inside it, pale greenish lights, and they say they hear children laughing. Edna still lives with her daughter. She doesn't talk about the house anymore, but her daughter says that sometimes at night she hears her mother whispering the same phrase over and over. "Let me in, let me in, let me in."
Story 3. The Visitors in the Dead of Night. A couple named Robert and Janet lived in a small town in West Virginia, surrounded by the kind of darkness that only exists when you're far enough from any city lights. Their nearest neighbor was almost a mile away. One night in late October, Robert woke up around 2 in the morning to the sound of gravel crunching in their driveway. Not the sound of a car, just gravel being displaced by footsteps. Slow footsteps. Multiple people. He got out of bed carefully, trying not to wake Janet, and moved to the window. What he saw made his stomach drop. There were people walking around outside his house. About 6 of them. They wore old-fashioned clothing, the kind of thing people wore in the early 1900s. Long coats, hats. They moved slowly, deliberately, in a perfect circle around his house. They never looked up. They never looked at each other. They just walked in a circle, over and over. Robert stood frozen, watching for maybe 3 minutes. Then he did something stupid. He went downstairs and turned on the porch light. The figures stopped walking. All 6 of them turned at exactly the same moment and looked directly at the house, at him, though he couldn't see their faces. They were just dark silhouettes with a quality to them that made Robert's brain scream at him that something was wrong. They started walking toward the house. Robert's survival instinct kicked in. He ran upstairs, woke up Janet, who thankfully hadn't seen them, and told her to get to the car. He grabbed his phone and called 911, but the dispatcher said they had no units available in his area and would send someone when they could. By that time, Robert and Janet were in their car, speeding toward town.
As they drove away, Robert looked in his rearview mirror. The 6 figures were standing in the middle of his driveway, watching their car disappear. They didn't move. They didn't run after them. They just watched. The sheriff's deputies came out the next morning and found nothing. No evidence of footprints, no sign of disturbance. They treated Robert and Janet like they were crazy. Maybe, one deputy suggested, they just had a bad dream. But Robert knew he wasn't dreaming, and the worst part was, he knew they would come back. They didn't come back that night, or the next night, but exactly 1 week later, Robert woke up again at 2 a.m. to the sound of gravel. This time, Janet saw them too. 6 figures, old-fashioned clothes, walking in that same perfect circle. Robert and Janet left that house. They sold it at a massive loss to someone from out of state who didn't believe in local ghost stories. Robert heard later that the new owners left after 3 weeks. But here's the thing that keeps Robert awake at night. And this is what he posted about on Reddit, what made his story go viral in the paranormal communities. He started having memories of things that he knows never happened. Memories of standing in his own yard, wearing old clothes he's never owned, walking in circles with the other figures. He remembers the sensation of it, the cold air, the repetitive motion, the feeling of being compelled to move, to walk, to circle that house forever. And he says the memories get more vivid every night. He says sometimes he wakes up to find his feet are muddy, even though he's been sleeping indoors. He says sometimes he looks in the mirror, and for just a split second, he sees someone else's face, older, paler, wearing an expression of despair. Robert has started researching the property's history. He found records of a family that lived there in the early 1900s. All 6 of them, parents and 4 children, died in a fire. The fire was determined to be deliberately set, but the person who set it was never found. Robert doesn't know why those 6 figures circle his house. He doesn't know why they were wearing the clothes of dead people, but he's made a decision. He's going to move back into that house. He says he needs to understand what they want. He needs to know why they choose his property. His last post was from 2 weeks ago. He said he'd moved back in. He said he was going to sit outside at 2 a.m. and wait for them. He said he was ready to ask them questions. We haven't heard from him since.
Story 4. The Thing in the Creek. There's a creek that runs through the mountains of Tennessee, and for generations the local kids have known to stay away from it after dark. The adults won't talk about why. They just say, "Don't go near Miller's Creek at night." A teenager named James didn't listen. He was 17, confident in that way that 17-year-olds are, and he didn't believe in superstition. So when his friends dared him to go wade in Miller's Creek at midnight, he said yes. It was a clear night in June. James drove out to the creek around 11:45 p.m., told his friends he'd meet them back at the parking area in 30 minutes, and headed down the path toward the water with a flashlight. The creek was beautiful in the darkness. The water was clear, cold, running fast from recent rains upstream. The sound of it was soothing, almost hypnotic. James waded in up to his knees, feeling the smooth rocks beneath his feet, listening to the night sounds of the forest around him. That's when he noticed something floating in the water, about 20 feet upstream. It looked like an animal at first, something large, a deer maybe that had drowned and gotten caught in the current. But the more James looked at it, the more wrong it seemed. The proportions were off, the limbs were too long, and it wasn't moving with the current like a floating corpse would. It was moving against the current, deliberately, slowly, gracefully. And then it looked up. James's flashlight beam caught its face for just a second, but that was enough. He saw something that his brain still struggles to process. It had features that were almost human, but weren't.
eyes that were too large, a mouth that was too wide, skin that seemed to shift colors in the light, going from pale white to sickly gray to something almost translucent. The thing made a sound, not a growl, not a scream, just a low, vibrating hum that seemed to come from deep in its chest. James ran. He splashed out of the water, abandoning his flashlight, crashing through the forest in the direction he thought the parking area was. Behind him, he could hear something moving through the creek, fast, fast, faster than anything that large should be able to move. He could hear that same humming sound, getting louder, getting closer. He burst out of the forest onto a dirt road and saw his friend's car parked about 50 yards away. He ran for it, screaming for them to start the engine. His friends, terrified, got the car moving while James was still running. He managed to throw himself into the back seat as the car accelerated away. Looking out the rear window, he saw something emerging from the forest at the edge of the creek area. Something that moved wrong. Something that shouldn't exist. The next day, the local police asked James and his friends some questions, but they also asked them not to talk about it. Not in an official way, not in an unfriendly way, just asked them, with the kind of finality that made it clear this was something the town was used to managing. James tried to move on, but about a week later he started having problems. First, it was hearing that humming sound. At first it was just in dreams, then it started happening when he was awake. He'd be sitting in class and he'd hear it. Sitting at home eating dinner, he'd hear it. The humming getting closer, even though there was nothing there. Then the wet spots started appearing. Footprints that looked almost human but wrong. Too many toes, claws instead of nails, appearing on his bedroom floor, his bathroom tiles, the carpeted hallway outside his room. They were always wet, always smelled like that creek. James's parents took him to doctors, neurologists, psychiatrists. Everyone said there was nothing wrong with him. His parents thought he was having a breakdown. They wanted to put him on medication. But James knew the truth. Something had marked him that night. Something had seen him, and now it was coming for him. He could feel it getting closer every day. The humming was almost constant now, and he'd started seeing glimpses of it in mirrors, in reflections in windows, always at the edge of his vision. His last post on Reddit was about 6 months ago. He said he was planning to go back to Miller's Creek. He said that whatever was out there, he needed to face it. He needed to end this. His parents reported him missing 3 days later. They found his car at the creek, but they never found James. The local police asked the family not to go searching the area. They asked them not to post about it on social media. They asked them very politely and very firmly to let it go. The family did, but his mother still checks Reddit sometimes, hoping to see a post from James, hoping that maybe, somehow, he survived, that he's somewhere out there, living a different life under a different name. But late at night, people in that small Tennessee town swear they can hear a new sound coming from Miller's Creek, a humming sound, but deeper than before, satisfied almost, like something has finally caught what it was hunting for.
Story 5. The Commune in the Mountains. Marcus was a documentary filmmaker looking for an interesting story. He'd read about a small, intentional community, basically a commune, hidden deep in the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia. About 60 people living completely off the grid, no electricity, no modern technology, just living off the land together. He reached out to the community through a local contact, and surprisingly, they agreed to let him come film for a weekend. They wanted to tell their story, they said. They wanted people to understand their way of life. Marcus drove out there on a Friday afternoon. The compound, if you could call it that, was hidden down a series of back roads that seemed to get progressively more remote. When he finally arrived, he found a collection of buildings made from wood and stone, arranged in a rough circle around a central fire pit. The people were polite, welcoming. They fed them well. Fresh bread, vegetables from their gardens, venison they'd hunted. They were educated, well-spoken. They seemed happy, or at least they seemed to project that image very deliberately. But something felt off. There were subtle things. The way they moved was synchronized.
Not obviously, not in a way that was immediately noticeable, but if you watched them long enough, you'd realize that their movements seemed choreographed. Their speech patterns were similar. They'd start sentences in the exact same way. They'd use the same unusual vocabulary. And their eyes, God, their eyes. There was a sameness to the way they looked at you, like they all shared the same thoughts, like they were all controlled by the same central consciousness. Marcus tried to talk to individuals privately, but they seemed uncomfortable being separated from the group. When he did manage to get someone alone, they'd just smile and redirect conversation back to explaining the community's philosophy. They wouldn't answer personal questions. They seemed almost incapable of it. On the second day, Marcus noticed that they all left their residences at the same time in the morning, went to different areas of the compound, some to the gardens, some to the livestock pens, some to a large building he wasn't allowed to enter, and worked without breaks for exactly 8 hours. Then they returned, ate, and spent the evening sitting around the fire pit. Marcus asked to see the large building he'd noticed, the one with no windows and only a single door. The community leaders said it was just storage. They didn't want to let him film in there because it was cluttered. Marcus accepted this, but he decided to try to peek in when no one was watching. That night, he waited until everyone had gone to sleep, then crept over to the building. He managed to get the door open just a crack. The darkness inside was absolute, but he could hear something, a low sound, like the constant humming of machinery, but more organic, more alive. He pulled out his phone to use the flashlight, and as soon as he did, the door was slammed shut and locked by hands he never saw. The next morning, the community's leader, a man named David who rarely spoke but seemed to direct everyone through subtle gestures, told Marcus that he needed to leave. They'd been disturbed by his presence. His energy was not compatible with their community harmony. Marcus packed his stuff and left immediately. He didn't feel safe. Every eye in that compound seemed to track his movement as he drove away. None of them said goodbye. They just watched. But the thing that terrified Marcus most came 3 days later when he tried to access the footage he'd shot on his phone. It was all gone. Every single video and photo. Deleted completely, as if he'd never filmed anything. But the more alarming part was that his phone showed a timestamp he didn't recognize. According to his phone's history, 42 hours of his time at the compound had been completely erased from his memory. He has zero recollection of what happened during those hours. None. Marcus has obsessively tried to recover the footage using data recovery software, but it's like the files were destroyed at a molecular level. They're gone. He's also tried to go back to the location, but he can't find it anymore. The roads he took don't seem to lead back there. It's like the whole compound has been relocated or hidden behind some kind of barrier that only they can navigate. But the most disturbing part, his behavior has changed. He finds himself thinking in phrases he doesn't normally use. He finds himself waking up in the middle of the night humming a tune he doesn't remember learning. And sometimes he'll catch his reflection, and for just a split second, he sees different eyes looking back at him. He's posted multiple times on Reddit about trying to find the location again. He says he needs to know what they did to him during those missing hours. He says something was done to his mind, something was put there, and he says it's still there, growing stronger every day.
Story 6. Missing Persons of Holler Ridge. The disappearances in Holler Ridge, Kentucky weren't the kind that made national news. 4 people over the course of about 3 years, all from the same small area of unincorporated Kentucky. The locals weren't surprised. They said things had always been strange up in that particular holler. But one woman, named Christine, got obsessed with finding out what happened to them. Christine was a true crime podcast host, and she decided to do a series on the Holler Ridge disappearances. She drove out to Kentucky, set up interviews with family members and local people who knew the missing persons. Everyone she talked to gave her the same advice. Stop looking. Don't dig into this. These things happen in that holler, and the people who dig into them tend to regret it.
But Christine didn't listen. She was convinced there was a story there. A serial killer, maybe. Or something even more unusual. So she started investigating on her own. She spent nights in her car parked near the holler, watching. She interviewed people at the local diner. She got copies of police reports. She visited the last known locations of each missing person. And then, one night, she saw something that changed everything. She was parked on a dirt road overlooking the holler around 2 in the morning, watching for anything unusual, when she saw lights in the forest. Not flashlight beams, lights that seemed to come from inside the trees themselves. Pale, glowing, moving in patterns that seemed almost like a code. The lights moved through the forest in a specific route, passing the spot where one of the missing persons, a man named Vincent, had last been seen. Christine got out of her car and moved closer, following the lights. She kept her distance, staying hidden, documenting everything on her phone. The lights seemed to be gathering now, converging on a spot further down the holler. When Christine got closer, she saw something that made her entire body go cold. There were figures standing in a clearing, and they were all facing the same direction. Dozens of them, maybe 100. But there was something wrong with them. They seemed too thin, too pale. Their movements were jerky, disconnected, like they were marionettes being controlled by an amateur puppeteer. And standing in front of them, facing them, was someone Christine recognized. Vincent. At least it looked like Vincent based on the photos she'd seen. But his eyes were wrong. They were completely white. And he was holding what looked like a small stone or object in front of him, and all the figures in the clearing were moving in response to its position. Christine realized he wasn't just controlling the figures, he was creating them. He was changing them into something else. She ran back to her car and locked herself inside. She sat there shaking until sunrise, and the moment the sun was coming up, she drove away. Christine reported everything to the local police. They listened politely and then told her she should stop talking about this, for her own safety, they said, for her family's safety. Christine tried to let it go, but about a week later she realized something horrifying. She was losing time. Not huge chunks like Marcus had experienced, but small amounts. She'd look at her phone and realize that 2 hours had passed when she thought only 20 minutes had. She'd go to bed at midnight and wake up in a different location in her house with no memory of moving. And the worst part? She started feeling compelled to go back. Every night, she'd find herself driving in the direction of Holler Ridge without consciously deciding to go there. She'd catch herself on the highway, realize what was happening, and force herself to turn around. But it was getting harder to resist. In her last Reddit post, Christine said that she could feel Vincent calling to her. She said his voice was in her head constantly. He was inviting her back. He wanted her to join the others. He said she'd already agreed to this. He said the part of her that went to the clearing had already decided. She said she was fighting it, but she was losing. Her podcast went silent 3 months ago. Her family reported her missing, but investigators found her car parked in her driveway, keys still in the ignition. She was never found. But sometimes, people driving through that part of Kentucky at night report seeing a woman hitchhiking on the roads near Holler Ridge. She's always walking towards it, towards the holler. And if you look at her eyes, some people say they're not quite white, but they're getting there.
Story 7. The Empty Town. There's a town in West Virginia that, according to most maps and records, doesn't exist. It never appears in census data. It's not listed as an unincorporated community. But if you drive down Route 52 at a specific point and take a left onto an unmarked road, you'll find it. A photographer named Aaron discovered it completely by accident. He was out scouting locations for a project about forgotten Appalachian architecture when he took a wrong turn and found himself at the entrance to this town. There was an old sign, partially obscured by vines.
Welcome to Riverside, EST 1884. Aaron thought he'd discovered something incredible, an actual ghost town. He started photographing everything: the old general store, the abandoned houses, a church with a steeple still somehow standing. He spent hours there, documenting the town in detail. But as the sun started getting lower, he noticed something odd. The town, which he was sure was completely empty when he arrived, now had signs of recent habitation. Smoke coming from one of the chimneys, the front door of one house standing open, what looked like fresh produce sitting on the porch steps of another building. Aaron told himself he'd missed these details earlier. He must not have looked carefully. But then he heard footsteps, heavy footsteps on the wooden sidewalk. He spun around, expecting to see someone, but the street was empty. The footsteps continued, sounding like they were walking toward him from further down the street, but no one was visible. Aaron got in his car and drove out of there. But the experience bothered him enough that he decided to research the town's history. What he found was strange. Riverside did exist. It had been established in 1884 and had a population of around 200 people at its peak. But according to all the records, the town had been mysteriously abandoned around 1946. The reason given in a single historical document was migration of the population. But there were no records of where the residents went, no forwarding addresses, no records of them settling elsewhere. The town had simply been emptied, the buildings left behind as if the residents had just walked away one day and never came back. Aaron became obsessed. He visited the town 3 more times, and each time he saw more evidence of habitation: fresh water in buckets, food in various states of preparation, clothes hanging on lines. But he never saw anyone. He never saw who was living there or how they were moving around. On his 4th visit, he hid in the church steeple as the sun set, planning to photograph whoever was living there. And when night fell, the town came alive. Figures emerged from the buildings, but their movement was completely wrong. They moved with an insectile quality, their joints bending in directions that human joints shouldn't bend. They communicated with each other through a series of clicking and chirping sounds, and they were building something in the town square, some kind of structure made from materials Aaron couldn't identify. Aaron couldn't move. He couldn't scream. He could only watch as these things constructed their creation, working in perfect synchronization, their movements so coordinated that they seemed like a single organism split into 100 separate bodies. When they finally finished, just before dawn, they retreated back into the buildings. Aaron scrambled down from the steeple and ran to his car. He drove away, and he never went back. But the experience had marked him somehow. Aaron started having dreams of that building. Not dreams exactly, more like memories of something he never experienced. He'd see it from the perspective of one of those creatures. He'd understand the purpose of the structure. It was a gateway, a place where something could cross over, and something was coming through it. In his last online post, Aaron said that he was going back to Riverside. He said he needed to see what had come through. He said that he felt a responsibility. He said that whatever was using that town, it was preparing to spread beyond Riverside, and if he didn't stop it, more people would disappear. His car was found parked outside of Riverside about a week later. Aaron was never found. But according to some accounts, the town has been growing. There are more buildings now, more activity at night, and sometimes, when people drive past on Route 52 at the right time, they see a figure standing at the town's entrance, and it might look almost human, but not quite, and it might be waving them in.
Story 8. The Thing in the Well. Old wells are common in Appalachia. Most of them are covered up now, boarded over, because modern plumbing made them obsolete. But there are still some that remain uncovered, and there's a reason certain families have specific warnings about certain wells. A man named Thomas inherited a piece of property from his grandmother. It was a small house, a few acres, and a very old well that dated back to before the house was even built. The well was covered with a wooden lid, and his grandmother's handwritten notes in the property documents said to never remove the lid and to ignore any sounds coming from inside. Thomas thought this was just his grandmother being superstitious, or perhaps dealing with some dementia toward the end of her life. He decided to clean up the property and make it his own. He was planning to renovate the house and maybe restore the well, make it a nice feature of the property. The first night, he heard sounds coming from the well, scratching sounds, and something that might have been breathing, but distorted, wrong. It sounded almost like wind moving through the well shaft, but too rhythmic, too intentional. Thomas blocked the sounds out and went to sleep. The next morning, he went to look at the well. The wooden lid appeared to be slightly raised on one corner, like something had been pushing on it from inside. Thomas pushed the lid back into place firmly. But that night, the sounds were louder. He could hear movement inside the well. Something large was shifting around down there, and occasionally there would be a sound like something was hitting the wooden lid from underneath. Thomas was starting to understand why his grandmother had left those warnings. He got on the internet and tried to research the history of his property. He found an old land record that mentioned the well had been created sometime in the 1700s, but there were no details about why or who created it. The sounds continued every night. They were getting progressively more aggressive. The hitting on the lid became violent. The scratching became frantic. And then, one night, Thomas heard something that made his blood freeze. He heard a voice. It was indistinct, muffled, like someone was calling from underwater, but it was unmistakably a human voice. It was calling his name over and over. Thomas, Thomas, let me out. Thomas, please let me out. Thomas didn't sleep that night. He sat in his living room with all the lights on, listening to that voice calling from the well for hours. The next day, he started asking around the neighborhood. An old woman who'd lived in the area for 70 years finally opened up. She told him that his grandmother hadn't been crazy. She told him that the well had always had something in it, that his family had been guarding it for generations, that as long as the lid remained sealed, the thing inside stayed contained. But the old woman wasn't entirely sure what the thing was. Her grandmother had told her it was something that couldn't be killed, only contained. Something that had been trapped in that well before the house was built. Something that learned the names of the people who lived on the property and used their voices to try to convince them to let it out. Thomas wanted to leave. He wanted to sell the property and never speak of it again, but the woman warned him that the thing would follow him. It knew his name now. It had his attention. He couldn't escape it just by leaving. Thomas decided the only option was to do what his grandmother had done. Keep the lid sealed, maintain the barrier, accept that he had a responsibility now. But the voice was getting stronger. It wasn't just calling his name anymore. It was having conversations with him. It would ask about his family, about his friends. It knew details about his life that no one else could know. And sometimes, late at night, Thomas would find himself standing at the well with no memory of how he got there or how long he'd been standing there. In his Reddit posts, Thomas documented everything, how the voice was becoming more persuasive, how it was starting to sound less like an anonymous thing and more like a person, how it had started taking the voice of people he knew, his mother, his ex-girlfriend, people from his past.
and sometimes, when he walked past the well during the day, he could see something moving beneath the wooden lid, a pale shape, maybe fingers, pushing, waiting. Thomas's last post was 6 months ago. He said he'd made a decision. He said he was going to lift the wooden lid. He said he needed to know the truth. He said that regardless of the consequences, not knowing was worse than any horror he could face. His family filed a missing persons report. Investigators found the property empty. The well lid was still in place, but the wood had been warped and cracked on the underside as if something had been pushing on it with enormous force. They never found Thomas. But people in that area of West Virginia report strange occurrences near the property now. Sometimes at night you can hear a voice calling your name from somewhere in the darkness, and if you listen closely, you might recognize whose voice it is. It's someone you once knew.
Story 9. The Visitors from the Ridge. This is the last story, and it's probably the one that bothers me the most because the person who experienced it is still alive, still trying to convince people that what happened to her was real. Her name is Linda, and she lives in Kentucky. About 2 years ago, she was driving home from work late at night on a road that wound through the mountains. She was tired. It was dark, and the road was particularly isolated. She saw a figure standing on the side of the road, someone hitching. Linda's instinct was to keep driving, but as she got closer, she recognized the figure. It was a woman who looked almost exactly like her. Same hair, same build, same clothes she'd been wearing earlier that day. Linda stopped the car. The figure approached the window, and Linda could see that the face wasn't quite right. It was close, but the proportions were slightly off. The eyes were positioned just a millimeter too far apart. The smile was a fraction too wide. The figure leaned down to the window and said, "Hi, Linda. I've been looking for you." Linda drove away immediately. She ran every red light getting home, locked her doors, and didn't sleep that night. The next day, she convinced herself it had been a hallucination, stress and exhaustion making her see things that weren't there. But that night, when she went outside to get something from her car, she found the figure waiting for her in her driveway. It was standing completely still, and when it saw her, it smiled that too wide smile and waved. Linda ran inside and called the police, but by the time the officers arrived, the figure was gone. Over the next few weeks, Linda saw the figure multiple times. It was always in places it shouldn't be. In her front yard in the morning, watching her through the window of a cafe where she was eating lunch, standing in her backyard at night. And it was never quite the same. Sometimes its face looked more like Linda's. Sometimes it looked less. Sometimes it wore clothes Linda owned. Sometimes it seemed to be made of something that wasn't quite solid. Linda started doing research. She called her family. She talked to locals. And she found something disturbing. There are stories in the Appalachian Mountains about something called the Visitors. They're described in old folklore as beings that can copy the appearance of people. They appear when you're alone. They're trying to study us, trying to understand us, and if they ever succeed in getting close enough, they can absorb a person completely, taking their place so perfectly that no one would ever know. Linda found reports of missing people throughout Appalachian history, people who would disappear for a week and then come back, acting slightly different, their families saying, "Something's wrong with them, but we can't quite figure out what." And then they'd disappear for good. She found Reddit posts from people claiming similar experiences, people saying they'd been copied, that there was a version of them out there, a perfect replica that looked and sounded exactly like them, but wasn't them. And worst of all, she found a post from someone who claimed they were the copy. They described the experience of being made, of being created from memories stolen from the original person. They said it was agonizing. They said they were conscious but not autonomous. They said the original person could still feel them, like they were sharing one body split between two minds. Linda became convinced that she had to find out where these visitors came from. She started spending nights in the mountains, in the places where Appalachian folklore said they congregated, certain ridges, certain hollows, certain forgotten roads. And about 6 months ago, she found them. In a remote area of the mountains,
In a place that shouldn't be accessible but somehow was, Linda found a kind of colony. There were dozens of them, hundreds maybe, all in various states of completion. Some looked almost exactly like their originals. Some were still developing, still forming features, still becoming solid enough to walk among humans. And she realized something that changed everything. The visitors weren't trying to study humans. They were replacing them, systematically, one person at a time. And the copies were being reintegrated back into society, living as humans, having relationships, reproducing maybe. Linda's most recent posts on Reddit are incoherent. She talks about not being able to trust her own memories. She talks about sometimes feeling like there's someone else inside her head, watching from behind her own eyes. She talks about waking up in places she doesn't remember going. And she's asked a question that has terrified everyone reading her posts. If I'm posting this right now, and I'm completely convinced that I'm Linda, that I'm the original Linda, how would I know if I was actually the copy? She asked if anyone could verify that she's real, if anyone could prove she's not a visitor wearing a human face. But how would you prove such a thing? How would anyone know? Her last posts are from about 2 weeks ago. She said she was going back to the ridge. She said she needed answers. She said she couldn't live with this uncertainty anymore. No one has heard from her since. But here's the really disturbing part. Here's what keeps people awake at night about Linda's story. Some of Linda's friends say that Linda has been messaging them, calling them, meeting them in person, saying that Linda posted those paranoid thoughts because she's having a mental breakdown, that everything is fine, that she's worried about the people online who believed those crazy posts. And when these friends actually interact with the new Linda, she seems perfectly normal, perfectly like herself in every way. So the question remains, is the Linda who posted on Reddit still out there? Or is she the copy? And does anyone know the difference? So that's it, folks. 9 stories from 9 people who encountered something in the mountains of Appalachia that they couldn't explain. 9 people who tried to tell others what happened to them. 9 people who are now lost to the darkness of those hills. The disturbing thing about these stories is that they all share similar elements. Time distortions, visitors that aren't quite right, the feeling of being watched or followed, the sense that something was changed or taken from the person forever. Make no mistake, these aren't stories from the distant past. These are modern accounts. These are people with cell phones and internet access, people trying to reach out and tell the world what happened to them. And in every case, their stories end with questions that have no answers. Because that's the real horror, isn't it? Not the things themselves, but the uncertainty, the doubt. The way that doubt eats at you slowly until you're not even sure if you're still you. If you're watching this from somewhere in Appalachia, consider this your warning. Stay away from places that don't feel right. Trust your instincts when something seems wrong. And whatever you do, don't go looking for answers in the dark. Because sometimes, when you look too hard, the thing looking back at you doesn't look away.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Tonight, we're heading deep into one of the most remote and isolated places in the entire United States, the Appalachian Trail. Stretching over 2,000 miles through dense forests, mountain ridges, and valleys that barely see daylight, the AT has long been a place where hikers go to find peace, nature, and themselves. But sometimes, they find something else entirely, something that doesn't belong, something that was watching them long before they ever set foot on that trail. The stories you're about to hear were all shared on Reddit by real people, people who went into the woods and came back changed. Some of them say they still haven't fully recovered, and honestly, after reading these, I don't blame them.
Get comfortable, turn the lights down, and whatever you do, don't go outside tonight. Let's get into it. Story 1. The Man on the Ridge. This story was posted by a user who goes by the name TrailDustAT on one of the bigger hiking subreddits. He titled his post, "I saw something on the ridge that I can't explain and I need to talk about it." He starts by saying he's been hiking sections of the Appalachian Trail for about 6 years. Not a newbie, not someone who spooks easily. He'd done solo trips through some of the most isolated sections of the trail and never had a single incident. He knew the woods, he respected the woods, and he thought the woods respected him back. That changed on a solo trip through a section of the trail running through western North Carolina. He'd taken 4 days off work, packed light, and set out with the plan of covering about 15 miles a day. Nothing crazy, just a comfortable pace with time to enjoy the views. The weather was perfect. Mid-October, the leaves were turning, the air was cold and clean. He said it felt like a dream for the first 2 days. He made camp on the evening of day 2 near a small creek, just off the trail under a heavy canopy of oak trees. The spot was isolated. He hadn't seen another hiker since noon that day. He set up his tent, cooked some instant mac and cheese over a little backpacking stove, and settled in as the sun started dropping behind the ridge to the west. That's when he noticed the figure. He described it as a man, at least he thought it was a man, standing completely still on the ridgeline maybe 200 yards above him, just standing there, watching. He said at first he thought it was another hiker who'd stopped to look at the view, but something immediately felt wrong about it. The figure wasn't moving at all, not shifting weight, not looking around, not doing anything hikers naturally do when they stop. It was just fixed, like a post someone had stuck in the ground. He watched it for a few minutes, then looked away to tend to his food. When he looked back, the figure was gone. He told himself it was nothing, maybe another hiker who'd moved on, maybe a weird tree formation that looked like a person from a distance. He'd heard of that before, pareidolia, the brain seeing faces and figures in random shapes. That had to be it. He climbed into his tent when it got dark, zipped himself in, and spent about an hour reading on his phone before he turned off the flashlight and tried to sleep. He said he was almost out when he heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching through the dead leaves just outside his tent. Not the skittery random movement of an animal. Something walking upright, something with a long stride, taking its time, circling his tent slowly like it was measuring the perimeter. He lay perfectly still, his heart slamming against his ribs hard enough he was sure it could be heard outside. He held his breath. The footsteps stopped. Silence. 5 seconds. 10. 30. Then, right next to his head, separated only by the thin nylon wall of his tent, something crouched down. He could hear it, the soft compression of leaves under weight, and then, barely audible, breathing. Long, slow, controlled breathing, like something that was very deliberately trying to be quiet. He said he didn't move for what felt like an hour. He had a knife in his pack, but didn't dare reach for it. He was convinced that if he made a single sound, whatever was outside would come through the tent wall. Eventually, the breathing stopped. Then came the sound of slow footsteps again, moving away, back towards the ridge, fading into the darkness. He didn't sleep that night. Not 1 minute. In the morning, he packed up as fast as he'd ever packed anything and got back on the trail. He covered almost 20 miles that day, far more than planned, just to get out. He didn't stop for breaks, he barely ate, he just walked. But here's the part that stuck with me the most. When he got back to the trailhead parking lot and loaded his gear into his car, he noticed something on his driver's side window. A smear, long, deliberate, made by a finger. Someone had drawn a single vertical line down the glass. His car was locked, alone in a remote parking lot for 2 days. He never figured out who or what left it there. And to this day, he says he still feels like he's being watched whenever he drives past a ridgeline at dusk.
Story 2. The Shelter. This one comes from a user named Wren on Trail, a woman who'd been section hiking the AT for about 3 years. She's clear in her post that she's not a fearful person, not prone to exaggeration, and that she's sharing her story because she genuinely doesn't know what else to do with it.
It happened on a stretch of trail in Virginia, near one of the older three-sided shelters that dot the Appalachian Trail every 8 to 10 miles or so. If you've never seen these shelters, they're basically opened wooden structures. 3 walls, a sloped roof, a raised wooden floor to sleep on. They're first come, first served, and on busy nights they can get pretty crowded. On quiet nights, you might have the whole thing to yourself. Wren arrived at the shelter around 5:30 in the evening after a long day's hike. She was the only one there. She signed the trail register. That's the little notebook shelters keep where hikers write their names, dates, and sometimes notes, and settled in for the night. She didn't bother pitching her tent since the weather was clear and the shelter was dry. She read through some of the older register entries while eating dinner. Most were normal. Beautiful views today. Left food for whoever comes next. Watch out for the steep section before the gap. But about halfway through the register, maybe 40 pages back, and dated about 3 months earlier, one entry made her pause. It said, "Something is living under this shelter. Do not stay here at night. I am serious. Do not stay here." No name, just those 3 sentences and a shaky signature she couldn't read. She almost laughed it off. Almost. She told herself it was probably some dramatic hiker trying to be funny. The trail attracts all kinds, and some people get a kick out of spooking the next person in the register. She set up her sleeping pad, crawled into her sleeping bag, and pulled out her book. It was around 9 o'clock when she heard the first sound. It came from directly below her, from beneath the wooden platform she was lying on. A slow, rhythmic scratching, like fingernails or claws dragging across the underside of the floorboards, back and forth, steady, patient. She froze. The scratching continued for a minute, then stopped. She sat up and shone her headlamp toward the open front of the shelter, scanning the tree line. Nothing. Just dark trees and the soft sound of wind. Then the scratching started again, slower this time, and she realized it was moving. Whatever was making that sound was dragging itself along the underside of the floor toward the opening, toward the front. She grabbed her pack and a sleeping bag and got out of that shelter in about 4 seconds flat. She stood in the clearing in front of the structure, headlamp blazing, watching the opening. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, a hand appeared at the edge of the floor. A human hand, pale, thin-fingered, gripping the edge of the wooden platform from below. Just sitting there, not moving, not pulling up, just holding on, like whatever it was attached to was waiting. She ran. She didn't stop, didn't look back, just took off down the trail in the pitch dark with her headlamp bouncing and her heart in her throat. She ran for nearly a mile before she stopped and finally looked behind her. The trail was empty. She made camp right there in the dark, off-trail, hidden behind a cluster of thick hemlocks. She didn't sleep. She watched the tree line until gray light finally crept through the canopy at dawn. She hiked out the next morning and reported what she saw to a ranger. She said the ranger's expression changed when she mentioned the shelter. He didn't say anything. He just wrote something down and told her they'd look into it. She never heard back. When she checked the trail register entry online, hikers sometimes post photos. The page with that warning had been torn out.
Story 3, The Other Campsite. This story comes from a user named Kellaway Hikes, and the way he opens his post tells you everything you need to know about how much this experience affected him. He says he held on to it for almost 2 years before he could bring himself to type it out. 2 years of sitting with something that had no explanation, no resolution, and no comfortable place to file it away in his mind. He says he finally posted it because keeping it inside had started to feel worse than the embarrassment of being laughed at. That's a significant thing to admit. That's a man who has run out of other options. He wants you to understand the context before he gets into it, because the context matters. This wasn't just a camping trip. He and his younger brother, he refers to him throughout the post only as D, had planned a 4-day section hike on the Appalachian Trail in Tennessee as a way of grieving. Their father had passed away earlier that year,
unexpectedly, and the loss had hit both of them hard in ways they were still trying to figure out how to carry. Their dad had been the outdoorsman of the family, the one who'd taken them on their first camping trips as kids, who'd taught them how to read a trail map and hang a bear bag and identify bird calls. Getting out onto the trail felt like the right way to honor him, like the closest they could get to still being with him. They set out on a Thursday morning in early June. The weather was warm, but not brutal, the kind of early summer mountain weather that feels like a gift. Blue skies, a breeze moving through the tree canopy, the trail soft underfoot from a rain a few days earlier. Kellaway says they talked constantly for the first several miles, stories about their dad, funny ones mostly. The time he got them completely lost on a trail in the Smokies and refused to admit it for 4 hours. The way he'd always overpacked food because he was convinced they'd run out. The strange little rituals he had, always tapping the trailhead sign twice before heading in, always saying good morning out loud to the first bird he heard. They laughed a lot. It felt good. It felt like exactly what they'd needed. The first night was perfect in every way. They found a wide, flat camping spot right off the trail with a stone fire ring already in place, clearly well used by hikers before them. They cooked hot dogs on sticks over the fire like they were 12 years old again, watched the fire burn down to coals, talked until they were too tired to keep their eyes open. Kellaway says he fell asleep that night feeling, for the first time since his father died, genuinely okay, like something had loosened just slightly in his chest. The second night is where the trip changed direction. They'd covered good ground by late afternoon and started looking for a place to camp around 5 o'clock. The main trail through that section was heavily wooded with limited flat spots, but Kellaway spotted a narrow spur path branching off to the left, barely marked, the kind of side trail that experienced hikers sometimes know about and day trippers never find. He followed it maybe 100 yards and it opened up into what he described as one of the best natural campsites he'd ever stumbled onto. A shallow bowl shape in the hillside, naturally sheltered on 3 sides by the rising terrain, the floor carpeted in pine needles, with a gap in the canopy directly overhead that gave a clean view of the sky. No wind, no noise from the main trail, just quiet. Dee agreed immediately. They dropped their packs and started setting up. That's when Kellaway noticed the other tent. It was set back deeper in the trees, maybe 60 yards from where they were pitching their own camp, partially hidden by the shadow of a large hemlock. An older tent, not modern gear, not the lightweight nylon stuff hikers use today. A canvas-style tent, the kind that was common 40 or 50 years ago. Faded army green, the fabric visibly aged, one of the guy lines slack and dragging on the ground. It looked like it had been there for a while, though he couldn't say exactly why he felt that way. Just the look of it, the way it sat in the space. No fire outside it, no light from within, no sounds, no gear scattered around the entrance like campers usually leave things, no boots, no water bottles, no camp chair. Just the tent, silent and still in the shadow of the trees. He pointed it out to Dee, who looked over, shrugged, and said whoever it was had probably turned in early. Long day, early night, nothing unusual about that on the trail. Kellaway nodded and let it go, but he kept looking at it. Through dinner, while they got their fire going, while they ate and talked and tried to continue the easy rhythm of the night before, his eyes kept drifting back to that tent, not because he'd decided something was wrong with it, more like his attention was being pulled there without his full permission. Nobody came out of it, not to get water, not to use the bathroom, which every camper has to do eventually, not to check the weather or stretch their legs or stir at all. The tent just sat there in the same fixed position, completely inert, like a prop placed in the woods rather than anything a living person had put up. He watched it for 2 straight hours while the firelight played across the campsite, and it never moved once. Around 10 o'clock, the fire had burned low enough that they decided to call it. They scattered the coals, hung their food bags, and ducked into their respective tents. Kellaway lay on his back in the dark, hands folded on his chest, and tried to sleep. He was tired. His legs ached from the day's miles. His shoulders were sore from the pack. His body wanted sleep badly, but his mind kept circling back to that tent. He couldn't identify the specific thing that bothered him about it. It wasn't one detail he could point to. It was the sum of everything.
The age of it, the silence, the complete absence of any human trace around it. About 30 minutes, he unzipped the small mesh window on the inner door of his tent and looked towards where the tent had been. The spot was empty. Just trees. Dark forest. The hemlock still standing where it had been, but the ground beneath it bare. No tent, no guy lines, nothing. He stared at it for a long time. He told himself the darkness was distorting his sense of direction, that he was looking at the wrong patch of trees, and the tent was still there and he just couldn't pick it out in the dark. He was tired. His depth perception at night had never been great. He closed his eyes and told himself firmly that there was a normal explanation and he was going to stop thinking about it. Eventually, somehow, he slept. He woke to the sound of his brother's voice. Not a yell, not a cry, a voice. Quiet and conversational, the relaxed tone of someone sitting across a table from a friend, chatting about nothing in particular. Calm and easy, like Dee was perfectly comfortable wherever he was and whatever he was doing. Kellaway unzipped his tent and stepped out into the cold dark. Dee was sitting on the far side of the dead fire pit, cross-legged on the bare ground, his back partially towards Kellaway and his face turned towards the tree line at the edge of the camp. He was speaking in a low, steady murmur, too quiet for Kellaway to make out specific words, but rhythmic, like someone in the middle of a long and comfortable story. Nobody was across from him, no shape in the darkness. He was talking to the trees. Kellaway said his name. Dee kept talking. He said it again, louder. Dee's voice trailed off and he turned around slowly, and Kellaway says the expression on his face stopped him cold. Not confused, not startled, just empty, hollowed out, the look of someone whose body is present but whose self had stepped out for a moment. No recognition in his eyes, just blank, flat absence. Then Dee blinked, once, twice, and the expression broke like a film dissolving, replaced by ordinary confusion. "Why are you yelling? I'm right here." Kellaway asked him who he was talking to. Dee looked back at the tree line, genuinely confused, like he was searching for the answer to a question he should have known. Then he said he didn't know. Said he didn't remember leaving his tent. The last thing he was aware of was being asleep inside it. Neither of them said much after that. They sat by the cold fire pit until the sky went gray and dawn light started filling in through the trees. Then they packed up everything without a word and started hiking out. They were a mile from the trailhead when Dee finally broke the silence. He said the last thing he remembered before Kellaway woke him was a dream. In the dream, their dad was standing at the edge of the trees, right where Dee had been staring when Kellaway found him. Standing there in the clothes he usually wore on hikes, old flannel shirt, the worn brown boots he'd had for decades, smiling, waving Dee over with one hand, easy and relaxed, like he had something to show him just a little further in. Kellaway didn't respond. He didn't know what to say to that. They reached the trailhead parking lot and loaded their gear into the car. Kellaway closed the trunk, and before he got in, he turned and looked back up the trail one last time, the way you do at the end of a trip, that final look before you leave the woods behind. Far up the hillside, barely visible through the gaps between the trees, sitting in the shadow of the ridge exactly where it had no business being, a faded green tent. He got in the car. He didn't tell Dee. He hasn't gone back to that section of the trail, and he says he's thought a lot, maybe too much, about exactly what was standing at the edge of those trees in his brother's dream, smiling and waving Dee over, asking to come a little further in. He's not sure it was their father.
Story 4. The Voice Below the Trail. The last story tonight comes from a user called pinesap_runner, a trail runner who regularly does long solo runs on sections of the Appalachian Trail. She's been doing this for years, not casually, not occasionally, but seriously and consistently. The kind of person who maps out routes weeks in advance and tracks her splits down to the second. She runs in low light. She runs in rain. She's been charged by a black bear on a trail in North Carolina, stood her ground and walked away fine. She does not scare easily. She says all of this in the opening of her post almost defensively, like she needs us to understand something important before she gets into it, like she's pre-answering the skeptics, like she already knows how it's going to sound and she needs you to believe her anyway. That defensive tone, honestly, is part of what made this one take her seriously. People who make things up don't usually lead with their own vulnerability. She was running a 12-mile section of the AT in northern Georgia on an early Saturday morning in late September. She'd parked at a small trailhead lot just off a rural highway before 4 in the morning. She says she always starts before dawn when she can. She loves that window of time on the trail. The way the forest is completely black except for the small circle of light thrown by her headlamp. The way sound travels differently before sunrise, sharper, cleaner, more honest somehow. She says it's the only time she ever truly feels alone in a good way, like the world belongs just to her and the trees. She signed in to no app, told no one where she was going. That was normal for her. She'd done solo pre-dawn runs dozens of times without issue. She had her headlamp strapped to her forehead, her phone tucked in the chest pocket of her running vest, her emergency whistle on a cord around her wrist. She was prepared. She was comfortable. She set off into the dark. The first 4 miles went exactly the way she wanted. The air was cold and smelled like wet earth and pine. Her legs felt good. The trail was dry and the grade was manageable, rolling up and over a couple of small knolls before beginning a longer traverse along the western face of a ridge. She fell into her rhythm, that quiet, almost meditative state that distance runners know, and stopped thinking about anything in particular. That's when she heard it. The trail at that point was cutting along the side of a steep ridge, the slope dropping sharply away to her left into a wall of dense underbrush, mountain laurel, and tangled deadfall that gave way to a ravine somewhere in the darkness below, maybe 30, maybe 40 feet down. She couldn't see the bottom. Her headlamp beam hit the tops of the shrubs and got swallowed. What she heard was a voice coming down there. Not a shout, not a scream, not the panicked cry of someone who'd fallen and was hurt, just a flat conversational calling out. The kind of tone you'd use if you were standing in your backyard calling to a neighbor across the fence, almost bored, almost casual. Hello? A pause. Hello? Another pause. Hello? She stopped running immediately. Her headlamp swept down the slope, but the beam didn't reach anything useful, just leaves and branches and darkness swallowing itself. Her first instinct, because she's the kind of person she is, was concerned. Someone had maybe gone off trail and gotten turned around in the dark. Maybe they'd slipped down into the ravine and were calling for help in that weirdly calm way people sometimes do when they're in shock. She's had wilderness first aid training. She wasn't going to just keep running. She called down, asked if someone was there, asked if they needed help. Her voice felt very small against the hillside. The voice stopped. Complete silence rushed in behind it like water filling a hole, and she described this silence in a way that really got to me. She said it didn't feel like ordinary quiet. It felt pressurized, dense, like the forest had inhaled and was holding its breath, waiting to see what she would do next. Even the insects went still, even the wind dropped to nothing. She stood on that trail in the dark, sweating from her run, listening to absolutely nothing, and felt the first real finger of unease start to move up the back of her neck. She waited a full minute, maybe more. Then the voice came back, but it wasn't the same as before. Before, it had seemed to be coming from the bottom of the ravine, muffled by distance in the thick tangle of brush between them. This time, it sounded like it was directly below her, right below the section of trail where she was standing, as if whatever was making that sound had crossed 40 feet of steep, choked hillside in total silence and total darkness in under 60 seconds. And this time, it wasn't saying hello. It said her name, her full name, first and last, spoken clearly in that same flat, almost bored tone, like it was reading from a list, like her name was just a fact it was confirming out loud. She told us later that she'd had moments in her life of genuine fear, the bear encounter, a car accident when she was 19, a bad fall on a technical trail that left her alone and bleeding a mile from the nearest road. She knows what fear feels like in her body. She said none of those moments felt like this. This was something colder and more fundamental, not the fear of pain or injury, the fear of something being profoundly, cosmically wrong, the fear that the world had just quietly revealed a rule she didn't know existed, and that rule was not in her favor. She ran. Not the smooth, controlled stride of someone who knows how to pace themselves over distance, a full sprint.
a panicked, adrenaline-soaked survival sprint. Her headlamp bounced wildly with every footfall, throwing crazy shadows through the trees on either side of the trail. She hit rocks she couldn't see and stumbled but didn't go down. She grabbed tree trunks when the grade steepened, used them to sling herself forward faster. She didn't look back once. She was not going to look back. Some part of her brain had made that decision automatically and locked it in place. She covered the remaining 8 miles, most of it, without stopping, without slowing, without looking behind her a single time. When she finally broke out of the tree line and hit the gravel of the trailhead parking lot, her car was the only one there, sitting under the pale gray of early dawn exactly where she'd left it. She fumbled through her vest pocket for her keys, her hands shaking so badly that she dropped them twice on the gravel before she got the door unlocked. She got in, she locked the doors, and she sat there in the driver's seat with the engine running and the heat on, shaking and gasping for nearly 20 minutes before she felt like she could safely drive. When she finally calmed down enough to think in a straight line, she started working through it. She wanted a rational answer. She's a logical person, and she wanted one badly. Sound does strange things in mountain terrain. It bounces off ridge faces, gets channeled by ravines, can make a voice seem much closer or further than it actually is. She knew that. Maybe someone down in that ravine heard her running and called out, and the acoustics of the slope had warped the sound of their voice into something that only resembled her name. Maybe she'd been in a hyper-focused running state, and her brain had pattern-matched some random sound into familiar syllables. That happens. It's a real thing. But she couldn't get past one part. She checked her social media accounts carefully when she got home. None of them displayed her full name in connection with her running out profile. Her running out profile used a username, not her real name. She hadn't told a single person where she was going that morning. There was no GPS tag on any post from that day. No one who knew her would have had any reason to be in that ravine before 4 a.m. on a Saturday. There was simply no mechanism by which any person in that ravine should have known her name. None. She posted the full account on Reddit a few days later, partly to process it and partly hoping someone would hand her the explanation she couldn't find on her own. Most responses were fear and sympathy, and people sharing their own unsettling trail experiences. A handful of other runners and hikers chimed in to say they'd had eerily similar things happen on that same general section of trail. Sounds from the ravine, voices that shouldn't have been there, a sense of being tracked by something that moved through the undergrowth faster than anything had a right to. And then one comment came in from an account that appears to have been deleted sometime in the days following. It said nothing elaborate, no long explanation, no theory, just this. Whatever is down in that ravine has been there for a long time. Don't go back. She hasn't, and reading her post, I don't think she ever will. And that's where we're going to leave it tonight. 4 stories, 4 people who went into the Appalachian wilderness looking for peace, for adventure, for a little connection with nature, and found something that has no business being out there. The Appalachian Trail stretches through 14 states. Millions of people hike it every year. Most of them come back with nothing but great memories and sore feet. But some of them come back with something else entirely. Something they carry quietly. Something that wakes them up at 3 a.m. with the feeling that they are not alone. If you're planning a trip to the AT, I'm not trying to scare you off. It's a beautiful place. Just pay attention to your surroundings. Trust your instincts. And if you hear your name called from somewhere it shouldn't be coming from, don't answer. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, drop a like and subscribe. It genuinely helps the channel more than you know. Leave a comment if you've had your own experience on the Appalachian Trail, because I read all of them. And I'll see you in the next one. Sleep tight.